Chapter 1021. In order to monitor Hong Kong, the Special Operations Forces had already set up a Special Operation Team. Originally, everything was ready and only needed the authorization. Once Hu Xiaoheng received the authorization, they could immediately start work. His orders were carried out in an orderly manner. Within 5 minutes, the computer systems of all customs export ports had successfully received Hong Kongquan's iris and fingerprint data. As long as he intended to leave the Huaxia Empire, no matter which customs port he used, he would be discovered immediately. Hu Xiaoheng didn't let these people check his passport data because he knew that if Hong Kong wanted to defect, he would have used a real passport. There was no way to check that. The only thing that could be checked was his iris and fingerprint data, which couldn't be changed regardless of whether he used a real or fake passport. All government employees had this data stored in the Central Control Room's supercomputer. After checking that the customs database was updated normally, Hu Xiaoheng was sure that there were no omissions. He had done so much work in less than 5 minutes. As for Speaker Long, 5 minutes wasn't even enough for him to argue with the Senate Secretariat. He suppressed his anger and first asked about everyone's work situation. After expressing his condolences one by one, he asked as calmly as possible, "Where is Special Assistant Yang? Isn't he here?" "Speaker Long, Special Assistant Yang has already stayed up for 2 nights. He just went back to rest. Is there something you need? Would you like me to go to his house and ask him to take your call?" The staff on duty at the Secretariat said respectfully to Speaker Long. Speaker Long's tone froze. Already stayed up for 2 nights. Even if he didn't get credit, he still worked hard. How was he supposed to ask Special Assistant Yang what he was up to at this time? Putting down the phone, Speaker Long's expression was uncertain. He rubbed his hands and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Special Assistant Yang has always been smart and capable. He isn't that kind of person." Hu Xiaoheng didn't add fuel to the fire. He only said in a very objective tone, "I don't know Special Assistant Yang well, so I don't know what kind of person he is. I can only tell you how long it took for the application to reach you today. If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, I wouldn't have visited you late at night and disturbed your sleep." "Xiaoheng, that's not what I meant. You're treating me like an outsider." Speaker Long quickly raised his hand to comfort Hu Xiaoheng. "I just don't understand. Normally, Special Assistant Yang wouldn't hide such an important matter from me." Hu Xiaoheng declined to comment. He bowed and said, "You'll have to ask Special Assistant Yang for the exact reason. When my personal secretary sent this application to the Secretariat, he made it very clear that we need your signature as soon as possible. As for other matters, we can't say too much due to the confidentiality clause." Speaker Long opened his mouth and wanted to say a few words on Special Assistant Yang's behalf. At least in front of outsiders, Special Assistant Yang was his man, so he could not let others look down on him. However, Hu Xiaoheng's words also made Speaker Long think of something bad. If this document was really sent by Yin Shixiang personally, and he even said that it should be done as soon as possible, it meant that the matter was very urgent. How could Special Assistant Yang make such a big mistake? Speaker Long suppressed the questions in his mind and smiled at Hu Xiao. "I understand. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, and the person responsible will be dealt with accordingly. Xiaoheng, you can rest assured." Hu Xiaoheng stood up. His expression was normal. "I don't have anything to worry about. The Secretariat is your organization, not mine. Special Assistant Yang is your special assistant, not mine. Sorry for disturbing you today. Goodbye." Hu Xiaoheng left Speaker Long's house with Yin Shixiang and drove to the Senate building. Yin Shixiang quietly took out his phone and wanted to text Gu Nianji to remind her to be careful of Special Assistant Yang. Hu Xiaoheng stopped him. "Don't contact Nianji. She should know what to do." Judging from Special Assistant Yang's attitude, it wasn't the first time that he had targeted Ninji. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind letting him do as he pleased. The more he pleased, the more the good impression he had accumulated with Speaker Long over the years would gradually be lost. At the end of the day, only Speaker Long could get rid of Special Assistant Yang. With Speaker Long's protective stance, if someone else attacked Special Assistant Yang, Speaker Long would protect Special Assistant Yang even if he knew he was just a figurehead. Because he wouldn't watch others attack his subordinates without doing anything. That would disappoint the other subordinates. After protecting Special Assistant Yang, he would settle old scores with Special Assistant Yang. Like Hua Xiaoheng, Speaker Long and General Ji both had the attitude of, "I'll teach my people a lesson myself." Who do you think you are to teach my people a lesson? Special Assistant Yang was also certain that he was familiar with Speaker Long's way of doing things, which was why he dared to openly trip up Gu Nianji. But Nianji just graduated from school. This is the first time she's encountered such a situation. Are you really not going to warn her? Yin Shixiang scratched his head. He was very worried for Gu Nianji. In his opinion, Gu Nianji was smart and well-behaved. Although she was eloquent, that was only used in court. In normal life, Gu Nianji never showed off her eloquence in front of them. She had always been a cute, amiable, obedient, and sensible little sister. Yin Shixiang was extremely worried about the flawless Gu Nianji from head to toe. He was afraid that she would be taken advantage of by Special Assistant Yang. Hua Xiaoheng quietly watched Yin Shixiang scratch his ears and cheeks as he reasoned with him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Take care of Ma Qiqi. You don't have to worry about Ninji." Yin Shixiang was speechless. After a while, he laughed. "Hua Xiao, are you jealous? I don't have any other feelings for Ninji. I only see her as a little sister, my biological sister." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. "Ninji doesn't have a brother, so you don't have to worry about her. Maybe she has a brother. I'm her big brother now, the biological kind." Yin Shixiang joked with Hua Xiaoheng with a cheeky smile. Hua Xiaoheng looked down as if nothing had happened and ignored Yin Shixiang's pestering. Yin Shixiang saw that Hua Xiaoheng was silent and thought about how he actually made Hua Xiaoheng speechless this time. He felt a little proud. However, he didn't feel proud for long before he received a group message from the task force. Yin Shixiang couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his work schedule for the interim general election. He rubbed and looked at it again and again and found that there were no changes. He hadn't seen it wrong. There was a total of half a month before and after the general election, and he had to sit in the temporary command room for 14 days. In other words, he had to eat and sleep in the Senate building 24 hours a day and couldn't leave for even a moment. Hua Xiaoheng. Yin Shixiang couldn't help but want to ask Hua Xiaoheng if he was the only one in the Special Operations Forces who could hold the fort. However, Hua Xiaoheng looked at him lightly, and Yin Shixiang suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He didn't dare to ask any more and said dejectedly, "Hua Xiaoheng, since you have such high hopes for me, I will definitely do my best." "Okay, just do your best. You can do your best, but you don't have to die." Hua Xiaoheng quickly typed on his laptop and entered a series of commands. He began to check the data of Hong Kongquan's locator chip. The sky outside the car window gradually turned white. The sky was bright. The weather was good today. It was 8:30 in the morning, and the sky was blue and full. The sun was warm and gentle as it shone down from the clouds. Even the air was filled with the fragrance of spring grass. Gu Nianji wore her black and white panda mask and walked into the Senate building secretariat in a good mood. Before she could sit down in her seat, a colleague rushed over and said, "Miss Gu, Speaker Long and Special Assistant Yang want to talk to you." It was the third night watch. The monthly pass for the fourth night was 1,500 plus the night watch. Chapter 1022. Gu Nianji quickly put down her bag and followed her colleague to Speaker Long's office. The door quietly closed behind her, and Gu Nianji quickly looked up at the office that she had never been in before. The entire office was very spacious, about 1/3 the size of their secretariat. Their secretariat occupied the entire floor, so it was obvious how large Speaker Long's office was. The room faced south, and the south wall was a whole arc of tempered glass, possibly also bulletproof glass. Standing at the door, one could see the beautiful scenery of the entire imperial capital at a glance, and it made one feel like they were at the top of the food chain. Would one lose themselves after looking at this scenery for a long time? All kinds of strange thoughts flashed through Gu Nianji's mind. Speaker Long sat behind the wide desk, and his expression was originally not very good, but when he saw Gu Nianji's face was still wearing a mask, his heart suddenly softened. He said pleasantly, "Nianji, come sit." Gu Nianji saw Special Assistant Yang also sitting next to Speaker Long, looking at her with a smile. Gu Nianji had never seen Special Assistant Yang so friendly to her before, and she was slightly taken aback. She first greeted Speaker Long. "Speaker Long, what can I do for you?" Speaker Long nodded, and after she sat down, they first exchanged a few pleasantries, asking if the wound on her face still hurt, when it would heal, how busy she was working here, and whether she was used to it. Gu Nianji patiently answered them one by one, and felt even more strange. Everyone was busy now, so why would Speaker Long have the time to chat with her like this? Gu Nianji didn't have to wonder for long before Speaker Long got to the point and asked her, "Nianji, Special Assistant Yang asked you to bring an important document for me to sign yesterday. Why didn't you bring it?" Special Assistant Yang smiled and reminded her. "It's the document in the brown envelope. I told you that it was sent by the Special Operations Forces for Speaker Long to sign. Did you forget all that?" Gu Nianji finally remembered. She clearly rejected it on the spot. She remembered pointing to her face wearing a black and white panda mask and saying, "Special Assistant Yang, how can I find Speaker Long like this? You should find someone else." Then she turned around and left. From beginning to end, she didn't even touch the brown envelope. What did Special Assistant Yang mean by that? Gu Nianji looked at Speaker Long. "I don't understand why you're asking this. I clearly told Special Assistant Yang yesterday that I couldn't go to your meeting room to get your signature with the way I looked. I told Special Assistant Yang to find someone else." Speaker Long frowned and looked at Special Assistant Yang again. "Is that so?" Executive Assistant Yang also thought about it. After a while, he hit his head and said, "That seems to be the case." "Oh, it's my fault. Miss Gu did say that she didn't want to go and asked me to find someone else. Look at my poor memory. I was busy with something else at the time and forgot about it." Speaker Long, "As you know, all of us in the Secretariat have been up all night, and our brains are all muddled. I'm sorry, really sorry. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble." His apology was very sincere, and he had no intention of pushing the blame onto Gu Nianji at all. It was as if she had been hallucinating when he had tried to push the blame onto her in front of Speaker Long. Now he was pretending to be a good person. Gu Nianji was choked by his words. Senior Speaker Long wanted to say something, but Special Assistant Yang interrupted. "However, Senior Speaker Long, I was wrong this time. It was my fault for delaying your mission, and I accept the punishment. But..." He glanced at Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu is an intern here. In fact, after she comes every day, she spends most of her time sitting there and playing with her phone. We are all very busy now, so we don't have time to teach her. The other interns are also very busy, and Miss Gu is the only one who is picky about her work. It's really difficult for me to coordinate the work arrangements between Miss Gu and the other colleagues." When Gu Nianji heard this, she was not just choked, but furious. So this was the trap that Special Assistant Yang had dug for her. He first asked her to send the document to Speaker Long, and after she refused, he deliberately delayed the signing of the document. It was obvious that this document was very important. Otherwise, Speaker Long wouldn't have looked like he was going to punish her. And she didn't know if there would be serious consequences if she missed the signing. Gu Nianji remembered that Special Assistant Yang said that the document was sent by the Special Operations Forces, so it was related to Hu Xiao and the others. Thinking about this, Gu Nianji also became nervous. She hoped that she didn't miss too much. After work, she would go to Hu Xiaoheng and ask for forgiveness. This was her responsibility, and she wouldn't shirk it. But Special Assistant Yang said that she was picky about her work and unable to coordinate the work arrangements between her and the other colleagues. He was putting all sorts of vicious labels on her that were common for a newcomer in the workplace. She couldn't stand it. Hu Xiaoheng had said that she couldn't drag Special Assistant Yang down with just one incident. But the current situation was no longer just one or two incidents. Special Assistant Yang just didn't like her and simply didn't want her to work in the Senate Secretariat. Gu Nianji could choose not to work in the Senate Secretariat, but she didn't want to be tarnished, and she didn't want her work ethics and attitude to be doubted. Especially to disappoint Speaker Long, an old man who appreciated her very much. Gu Nianji felt very bad. Just like how she had worked so hard and achieved so much, only to be beaten back to where she was because of one incident. She couldn't accept it. Gu Nianji coughed lightly and began to argue with Special Assistant Yang. Speaker Long, is this document very important? She first asked Speaker Long for confirmation of the severity of the matter. If there was a mistake, someone had to be punished. Gu Nianji didn't mind being punished, but she couldn't be the only one. Speaker Long narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, "It's a very important document, and it ended up being delayed for more than 20 hours. Xiaoheng had to personally come to me and only sign it at 2:30 in the morning." Gu Nianji's heart sank, but she quickly recalled the brief introduction she had read on the first day of her arrival. She continued to ask calmly, "Then, I would like to ask, for such a large organization like the Senate Secretariat, does it have any rules and regulations for this kind of document exchange? As one of the most powerful organizations in the country, how could it not have rules and regulations?" Gu Nianji's question immediately caused Special Assistant Yang's relaxed mood to disappear without a trace. Speaker Long had been in a hurry and hadn't signed the document in time, so he was afraid that it might have delayed Hu Xiaoheng's work. He really hadn't thought about the problem Gu Nianji was talking about. He quickly composed himself and nodded thoughtfully. "Of course there is. Our Senate Secretariat isn't a newly opened organization. How can we not have rules and regulations? It's good that there are rules and regulations." Gu Nianji smiled brightly. "We work according to the rules and regulations, so whoever is responsible will be responsible. How can Special Assistant Yang take the blame for someone else? Don't you agree, Speaker Long?" Special Assistant Yang's face instantly darkened. He had been in the Secretariat for so many years, and no one had ever dared to talk to him about rules and regulations. That was because many of the rules and regulations here were revised by him. But according to the rules and regulations, the document exchange rules were arranged according to the importance of the documents, and different people were responsible for handling them. The document that Hu Xiaoheng had sent should be of the highest level in terms of importance. According to the rules and regulations that he had revised himself, the highest level of documents should be handled by him personally. It was the fourth update, and the monthly pass of 1,500 plus updates had arrived. Chapter 1023. Special Assistant Yang's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat when he thought about how he was the one who revised the rules. He thought about how the document came from Hu Xiaoheng and implicated Gu Nianji's inaction. Even Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to swallow his pride and not make a fuss about it. Because Hu Xiaoheng dared to act up for Gu Nianji, Special Assistant Yang could instantly label Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji as bullies and ask for sympathy from Speaker Long. Everyone in the imperial capital knew that Speaker Long hated people in high positions who abused their power for personal gain and bullied others. As long as Hu Xiaoheng had this impression in Speaker Long's mind, not only would his future be in danger, but Speaker Long would also never groom Gu Nianji as his successor. It was originally a plan to kill many birds with one stone. How could it fail because of the rules? No, he couldn't let this happen. Special Assistant Yang's eyes flashed and he laughed. You can't say that. The rules are dead, but people are alive. At this critical juncture, it's necessary to act according to the situation. As Special Assistant Yang spoke, he secretly glanced at Speaker Long's expression. Seeing that he seemed to be nodding slightly, he immediately calmed down. Thinking about Hu Xiaoheng, Special Assistant Yang suddenly had an idea and said, for example, Major General Hu's Special Operations Forces are absolutely not allowed to intervene in domestic affairs. But this time, due to the urgency of the election, they were allowed to intervene in domestic affairs and monitor the election. Look, isn't this the best example? Although Gu Nianji was calmly looking in Speaker Long's direction, she had been observing Special Assistant Yang's expression from the corner of her eye. Seeing that he had instantly come up with an excuse to shift the blame to himself, Gu Nianji smiled and looked up at Special Assistant Yang. Ignoring Special Assistant Yang's rejection, Gu Nianji persistently said, Special Assistant Yang, don't get sidetracked. Let's first talk about the issue of documents in the Senate Secretariat. Tell me, is there a rule or not? If there is a rule, then according to the rule, who should be sending this document? Special Assistant Yang swallowed and couldn't say a word. Gu Nianji looked at Special Assistant Yang's expression and deduced logically. Why is Special Assistant Yang sweating so much? Don't tell me that according to the rules, this document should be sent by Special Assistant Yang. The smile on Speaker Long's face gradually disappeared. He also looked at Special Assistant Yang, but when he saw how tongue-tied Special Assistant Yang was, he didn't say anything to reprimand him. Gu Nianji averted her gaze from Speaker Long's face and said with a smile, if Special Assistant Yang doesn't object, then my guess is correct. According to regulations, this document should be delivered by Special Assistant Yang personally. That's more like it. After all, it's an important document from Major General Hu of the Special Operations Forces, so it must be sent to Special Assistant Yang, who holds the highest position in our secretariat, right? Special Assistant Yang glared at Gu Nianji. He suddenly realized that it was wrong for him to speak, but it was also wrong for him to remain silent. Her words were stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. He wished he could find a hole to bury himself in. However, Gu Nianji wasn't going to let him off the hook. She continued to say with a smile, that means that it's your own fault that this document wasn't delivered to Speaker Long in time for his signature. You didn't take the blame for anyone, especially not me, right? Special Assistant Yang made an indistinct noise in his throat. His entire body was puffed up with anger, and his cheeks were protruding. He looked like Ouyang Feng who was practicing the toad technique. Gu Nianji continued, let's take a step back and do as Special Assistant Yang said. It's an emergency, so we don't have to follow regulations. Then let's first talk about the Special Operations Force's interference in the surveillance of the interim election. What's there to talk about? Miss Gu, this isn't something you can comment on. It's better to watch your words and actions. Seeing that Gu Nianji had come back to him, Special Assistant Yang felt like he had come back to life again. His cheeks were full of joy. He had never thought highly of Gu Nianji from the beginning. He always felt that she had achieved her current success because of men and not because of herself. In court, Gu Nianji relied on her awesome mentor, He Zhichu. In life, of course, Gu Nianji relied on her ex-boyfriend, Hu Xiaoheng. Thinking of this, Special Assistant Yang pouted disapprovingly. He was even more displeased with Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, Gu Nianji wasn't the type of person who would shut up just because you told her to. Even if Hu Xiaoheng ordered her like this in front of her, she wouldn't listen obediently. Moreover, it was only Special Assistant Yang. Gu Nianji secretly glanced at Speaker Long, seeing that his expression was becoming more and more serious. She continued to beat him when he was down. Since Special Assistant Yang is using the Special Operations Force's temporary operation as a comparison, then let's talk about it in detail. Special Assistant Yang took a deep breath and immediately interrupted her impatiently. Is the Special Operations Force's business something you can talk about? I already said there's no need to talk anymore. Do you not understand human language? Of course I understand human language. I don't understand non-human language. Gu Nianji's expression turned cold. Speaker Long hadn't even said anything, but Special Assistant Yang had repeatedly stopped her from talking. He was really too uncultured. Gu Nianji didn't stand on ceremony with him anymore. She looked at Speaker Long and said, Speaker Long, the first day I came here, I saw the information distributed by the Senate. It said that this time, the Special Operations Forces could monitor the temporary election because General Ji, Speaker Long, and many cabinet ministers jointly invited them. The Special Operations Forces also had permission signed by various ministers, General Ji, and Speaker Long. So they can legally make an exception and intervene in domestic affairs, right? Speaker Long nodded and said calmly, of course. Otherwise, why would Xiaoheng accept this mission? That would be overstepping his authority and also illegal. Hua Xiaoheng would never do that. This was also the reason why Speaker Long agreed to let Hua Xiaoheng take charge of the Special Operations Forces. Because he could fully trust him, Speaker Long believed that Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't disregard the law and principles because of urgent matters. After Gu Nianji received confirmation from Speaker Long, she immediately turned to Special Assistant Yang and said sharply, but Special Assistant Yang, what about you? For such an important document, you say, urgent matters. May I ask who authorized it and where? Who gave you permission to urgent matters? Or was it just you, Special Assistant Yang, who said, urgent matters and urgent matters? Matters of the Secretariat, you can let whoever you want to do it, regardless of the rules and even the wishes of Speaker Long. Special Assistant Yang, may I ask if the Secretariat of the Senate is your Secretariat or Speaker Long's Secretariat? Gu Nianji was one step away from pointing a finger at Special Assistant Yang's nose and accusing him of making Speaker Long a figurehead. Speaker Long's eyes darkened as he looked at Special Assistant Yang, who was already sweating profusely, and said calmly, Nianji has a point. We are the Senate, the legislature. If we don't act according to the laws and regulations in always urgent matters, then what's the point of having an institution like us? We should just disband as soon as possible. These words couldn't be any more harsh. Special Assistant Yang almost fainted from Speaker Long's words. He trembled as he stood up, took out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket, and kept wiping the sweat off his forehead as he stammered, Speaker Long, it's not like that. We've really been too busy. We've been up all night. Busy? Who isn't busy? Special Assistant Yang just said that I only know how to use my phone here. Can I request for the surveillance footage of this office to see how long I've been using my phone for the past 2 days? Gu Nianji sneered. Also, how can you forget your job just because you're busy? Special Assistant Yang is really good at double standards. If someone doesn't send the document for signature, then it means that they're picky about their work, unable to coordinate with their colleagues' work arrangements, and are directly trying to kick them out. When it's your turn to not send the document for signature, then it means that you're in the right because you're busy, and it's excusable for you to forget your responsibilities. In short, Special Assistant Yang is the most powerful person in the Senate Secretariat. Those who obey you will prosper, and those who oppose you will perish. You're lying. Special Assistant Yang was anxious, and he wanted to cover Gu Nianji's mouth. When did I ever say that those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish? Don't slander me. I never say things that I don't have evidence. Gu Nianji stretched out her finger and shook it. Speaker Long is right here. Not only did I hear everything you said, but Speaker Long also heard it. Gu Nianji decided that she might as well go all the way with Special Assistant Yang. This bastard wasn't going to reconcile with her anyway, so she might as well put the conflict between them directly in front of Speaker Long. If Special Assistant Yang dared to continue making things difficult for her, she wouldn't hesitate to put it back on him and let him have a taste of what it was like to be in a pinch. Speaker Long was well aware of Special Assistant Yang's problems, but in the spirit of "no one is perfect," he tolerated it all. As long as he didn't make any major mistakes, Speaker Long would just smile and not say anything. Until this time, Special Assistant Yang actually played politics even more aggressively in front of him, so it turned out that his tolerance had allowed Special Assistant Yang to do whatever he wanted in the Senate Secretariat. Speaker Long's dissatisfaction with Special Assistant Yang had finally reached a critical point, but in front of Gu Nianji, he wouldn't directly embarrass Special Assistant Yang. Raising his hand, Speaker Long said to Gu Nianji in a friendly manner, "Nianji, go out and work first. Come to my office later and we'll have a chat." "Okay, go ahead." Gu Nianji stood up and nodded to Speaker Long before turning to leave Speaker Long's office. She didn't even look at Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang watched as Gu Nianji left Speaker Long's office and the door quietly closed. Only then did he cry bitterly to Speaker Long, expressing that he was in the wrong and hoped that Speaker Long would punish him. Speaker Long looked at him and sighed slightly. "Special Assistant Yang, you've been by my side for 10 years, and I don't think I've ever been a strict boss. But now it seems that I've actually harmed you by not being strict." Special Assistant Yang's heart suddenly trembled, and he quickly said, "Speaker Long, it's my fault. I've let you down. You can punish me, no matter how you punish me. Demotion, pay cut, I'll accept it all. As long as you let me continue to work for you, I'll even stop taking a salary." Speaker Long looked at him with pity and said, "You're really too tired. This little bit of work has already made you so exhausted that you've forgotten the most important thing. I think you should take a long break and rest first." "What?" Special Assistant Yang looked up at Speaker Long as if he had lost his parents. "How can I take a break when I'm so busy right now?" Speaker Long's expression changed slightly, and he nodded with a smile. "So I don't even have the right to ask my subordinates to take a break." Special Assistant Yang, Nianji was right. This was the first update. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly pass was increased by 1,800. At 7:00 in the evening, the third update. Chapter 1024. Speaker Long actually agreed with Gu Nianji. In Special Assistant Yang's ears, it was like the end of the world. He looked at Speaker Long with a pitiful expression on his face. He was crying so hard that he looked like he was covered in tears. Speaker Long, you can't be like this. I've been in the Senate Secretariat for so many years, and even if I didn't make any contributions, I've worked hard. Besides, I've really been too busy this time." Special Assistant Yang usually looked rather elegant, with a tall and slender figure. However, right now, he looked like a toad with a broken spine. He had completely lost his usual elegant demeanor and ability to handle heavy things with ease. Speaker Long patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Go home and take a long vacation first. When the interim election is over and the cabinet's affairs are settled, we'll talk about your work." Special Assistant Yang heard Speaker Long's words. It seemed like he hadn't completely given up on him, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. He wiped his tears with a handkerchief and nodded. "I'll listen to Speaker Long and take a vacation if you want me to. But who do you want to replace my work? I can hand it over to him." Speaker Long looked at the computer and didn't want to talk anymore. Summarize the work you're doing and give me a memo. He didn't tell him who would replace him. Special Assistant Yang's lips parted as he looked at Speaker Long several times, but Speaker Long didn't even look back. Special Assistant Yang finally left Speaker Long's office dejectedly and returned to his own office after confirming that Speaker Long was truly angry with him this time. His office was on the secretariat floor. Although it wasn't as big as Speaker Long's office, it wasn't small either. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him from his office window, Special Assistant Yang gritted his teeth. He really didn't want to give up. Ever since he graduated from the B University Faculty of Law, he had been admitted to the Senate Secretariat with excellent grades. He started as a junior secretary and spent 10 years to finally climb to a position that was second only to Speaker Long. But this position wasn't secure. Although Speaker Long was very satisfied with him, he had no intention of continuing to train him. It was as if being a special assistant in the Senate Secretariat was the pinnacle of his career. For the ambitious Special Assistant Yang, this was far from enough. Therefore, when Speaker Long began to look for talents outside of the Senate system, Special Assistant Yang felt a sense of crisis. It wasn't until Kai Xingnan and Gu Nianji, the two women that Speaker Long had been full of praise for, appeared that Special Assistant Yang couldn't sit still any longer. He knew that if he didn't make a move soon and nip these two stars of hope in the bud, sooner or later these two people would become his strongest competitors, and it was very likely that they would replace him. Between Kai Xingnan and Gu Nianji, Special Assistant Yang had always thought that Gu Nianji was a pushover, so he decided to subdue Gu Nianji first. He didn't expect that all his plans would fail at the last moment, and he would fall at the hands of Gu Nianji. Special Assistant Yang's face darkened as he packed his briefcase in his office. He then summarized the work at hand, wrote a memo to Speaker Long, and sent it to Speaker Long's email. Only then did he come out with his briefcase and say to his confidants, "I'm not feeling well, so I've applied for leave to rest for a few days. You guys have to work hard. Don't slack off when I'm not around." How could that be? Don't worry, Special Assistant Yang. We will do our best. Special Assistant Yang, you've worked hard. If you're not feeling well, go see a doctor. His colleagues greeted Special Assistant Yang and saw him out. Special Assistant Yang knew that Speaker Long would save him some face and not reveal the real reason why he was on leave. However, Gu Nianji would definitely gossip about him among his colleagues. Because putting himself in their shoes, if Gu Nianji was on leave, Special Assistant Yang himself wouldn't let go of this opportunity to smear her name. Working in the Senate Secretariat, it was necessary to have this kind of judgment. If others didn't come down, then you couldn't go up. If you had the opportunity to step on others a few times, then you had to step on them as hard as you could. Don't step on them until they were half dead. When the other party recovered, they would be able to step on you to death. Special Assistant Yang knew this very well. This time, he didn't manage to step on Gu Nianji to death. Instead, he suffered the backlash. As he walked past the small office area where Gu Nianji was sitting, Special Assistant Yang purposely stopped in his tracks and smiled at her. "Miss Gu, let me give you a piece of advice out of friendship. Life is full of ups and downs. There will always be ups and downs in life. No one will always be lucky, and no one will always be unlucky." Gu Nianji had spoken too much to Speaker Long and Special Assistant Yang with her mask on today. Although the inner layer of the mask was a very soft cotton layer, it was still too rough compared to Gu Nianji's skin. As a result, the area around her curvy lips was burning from being rubbed against. She had gone to the bathroom after leaving Speaker Long's office. She took off her mask and took out a small makeup mirror to look at herself. She discovered that the skin around her lips was red, forming a stark contrast with her fair cheeks. It looked ugly and scary. When Special Assistant Yang walked over with his briefcase, she didn't want to acknowledge him at all, let alone speak. That was because her face would hurt if she spoke. However, she didn't expect Special Assistant Yang to still not let her off the hook. He even gave her a parting message. Gu Nianji's eyes almost rolled to the back of her head. She endured the discomfort on her lips and said calmly, "Special Assistant Yang, you should keep those words to yourself. Don't only shine on others, but not on yourself. I have no grudges against you in the past or in the present. I'm also very annoyed that you're always targeting me." Special Assistant Yang was annoyed by Gu Nianji's rebuttal. He sneered and said, "It's fine if you don't want to listen. I'm just being a busybody. Some people don't appreciate it." Gu Nianji thought to herself, "I don't know if I should say something." The two of them glared at each other and refused to give in to each other. Rong Mingxing, the intern that Special Assistant Yang had recruited, walked over and said timidly, "Special Assistant Yang." Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand and turned to look at the two large LCD screens in front of her to indicate that she was very busy and couldn't talk anymore. Special Assistant Yang snorted coldly and took Rong Mingxing to the small reception room outside. "Senior Yang, are you sick? Is it serious? Is there someone to take care of you when you go back?" Rong Mingxing saw that it was only the two of them, so she changed the way she addressed him to show that they were close. Special Assistant Yang's attitude towards Rong Mingxing was much better than his attitude towards Gu Nianji. He smiled and said, "I just have a slight fever. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Don't worry, Junior." Special Assistant Yang said goodbye to Rong Mingxing in the small conference room while Hu Xiaoheng was reviewing the tracking chip data of Hong Kong Quan in the central control room of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Looking at the data, Hu Xiaoheng was very puzzled. Because the tracking chip data showed that Hong Kong Quan had been at home the whole night and hadn't left the house at all. So who were his subordinates following last night? Could they have been following the wrong person? That shouldn't be the case. The two staff members of the Special Operations Forces had used pinhole cameras to record Hong Kongquan's entire journey. They had clearly seen him leave the apartment complex where he lived and take a taxi to a gay bar. The person shown on the video was Hong Kongquan himself. But why did the tracking chip data show different from what everyone saw with the naked eye? Hu Xiaoheng rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. At the same time, in an apartment near the Sihuan subway station, the police were investigating Lu Dayong's death. The landlord who had rented the apartment to Lu Dayong regretted it so much that he cried and yelled at the police that Lu Dayong's death had nothing to do with him. Also, his apartment had been completely destroyed by the fire and it would cost a lot of money just to redecorate it. Also, the fire had destroyed his neighbor's house. He was also facing compensation and was very troubled. The police didn't care about these compensation matters. Their focus was on Lu Dayong's death the night before. After interrogating the landlord, the police began to question Lu Dayong's neighbor. With this question, he managed to get some interesting information. "Mr. Police, something did happen last night. Someone was looking for Lu Dayong, and the two of them got into an argument. The whole floor heard it. Yes, yes. I even opened the door to take a look. It was a loan shark. He was tall and strong, and his voice was like thunder. It was so scary." This was the second update, and the monthly ticket of 1,800 plus updates had been sent ahead of time. At 7:00 in the evening, the third update would be sent. If the monthly ticket was 2,100 today, the fourth update would be sent. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1025. Lu Dayong quarreled with someone last night. The police were very interested in this information. Although the preliminary investigation showed that Lu Dayong jumped to his death, they still had to figure out why he chose to commit suicide. Yes, it was a very loud argument. Later, he saw us come out and pulled the man into the house. Yes, he was here to collect debts. We've seen a lot of these usury collectors, and they're all like him. The police questioned and collected evidence, and finally went to the one-bedroom room where Lu Daong had lived before his death to investigate. Unfortunately, the place was completely burned, especially the computer, which was burned to the point where only the shell was left. In the end, the police only took the burnt hard drive, which was the only thing taken from the scene of the fire. They then investigated the window where Lu Daong had fallen and found evidence that he had climbed out of the window and fallen from the windowsill. There was a little bit of paper ash on the windowsill, which should be traces of the fire. From these witnesses and physical evidence, the police's preliminary judgment was that Lu Daong was chased by the loan sharks and finally jumped to his death. But it might not be completely correct, and there were still some doubts. For example, who set the fire? If it was Lu Daong himself, it could be understood that he had nothing left to live for, so he set the fire to vent his anger before committing suicide. But if it wasn't Lu Daong who set the fire, but the loan sharks, then Lu Daong's death would be suspicious. The person who set the fire must have done it to cover up the real evidence. But if the loan sharks were Lu Daong's murderer, it wouldn't make sense. Because the loan sharks were after money, and if they killed Lu Daong, who would pay his debts? From this perspective, Lu Daong seemed closer to suicide. Of course, these were the preliminary stages of the police's verification. More evidence was needed to close the case, especially the recovery of the data on Lu Daong's computer hard drive, which would also be an important piece of evidence. Lu Daong's body had been sent to the funeral home for preservation, and his family was also notified to come and claim it. The police's work was carried out in an orderly manner. Special Assistant Yang left the Senate building and went home for vacation. Speaker Long asked someone to call Gu Nianji to his office to talk. This time, it was only her and Speaker Long. Without Special Assistant Yang, who always had malicious intentions towards her, Gu Nianji felt much more comfortable. She even borrowed Speaker Long's tea set and took the initiative to brew a cup of tea for Speaker Long. Speaker Long finished the tea in the small teacup in one gulp. Nianji, I didn't expect you to be so good at making tea. Speaker Long smiled as he handed the teacup back to her. Can I have another cup? The aftertaste was sweet and fragrant, overflowing with fresh air. Good tea. Good tea. Gu Nianji smiled. These are all your tea leaves. I'm just trying to present them to Buddha with borrowed flowers. Nianji, you're too kind. There are many things that you can do, but we can't. Speaker Long sincerely apologized to Gu Nianji. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself this time. Our Senate Secretariat wasn't like this before, I know. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. I'm mentally prepared. You can't be blamed for this. We didn't do our job well and made you suffer. Speaker Long patted Gu Nianji's shoulder and treated her like a junior. Fortunately, I usually don't feel wronged, because I always retaliate on the spot. If we're talking about suffering, that person just now was even more wronged than I was. Gu Nianji was talking about Special Assistant Yang. Gu Nianji was secretly pleased to see him speechless at Gu Nianji's words. Speaker Long smiled and nodded. Nianji, I like it when you speak your mind like this. Keep it up. Okay, I'll speak my mind. Speaker Long, please don't mind me talking too much in the future. Gu Nianji laughed. Speaker Long also laughed for a while before asking Gu Nianji, Nianji, Special Assistant Yang won't be back for a while. Who do you think will be responsible for the Senate Secretariat in the future? Gu Nianji looked at Speaker Long in shock. The black and white panda mask covered most of her face, only showing her bright eyes that shone like stars. Speaker Long narrowed his eyes. Don't you have any ideas? I was going to hand the Secretariat over to you, but I'm afraid there will be too many things to do. If you work around the clock, Hua Xiao might not be happy, haha. Gu Nianji was speechless. She didn't want people to continue thinking that all of her achievements were related to Hua Xiaoheng, so she could only sigh. Hua Xiao won't think that way. After all, we're no longer together. However, I just graduated. Don't you think it's too rash to hand over the secretariat to me? Don't you have confidence? Speaker Long asked meaningfully. When Special Assistant Yang first started working for me, he had only just graduated. This isn't a matter of confidence. Gu Nianji shook her head. This job requires qualifications and experience. I know I'm far from qualified in this area. Besides, my interest is in the law. I can work as a legal consultant in the secretariat, but I'm not ready to be a full-time assistant. Hearing Gu Nianji's refusal, Speaker Long didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Okay, I got it. Nianji, you can leave first. It's a bit hard for you to be in charge of the secretariat right now. Speaker Long said with a smile and dismissed Gu Nianji. He then called in another senior secretary to temporarily replace Special Assistant Yang. There were plenty of people in the secretariat, and they weren't any less qualified than Special Assistant Yang. Gu Nianji didn't accept the job hastily, which made Speaker Long think even more highly of her. She was capable and knew her limits. This was especially rare. Gu Nianji didn't know she had passed another test from Speaker Long, but perhaps she knew and didn't care. After all, she didn't come to the internship this time to fight for power. She had another goal. She had already achieved her goal. Now she just had to see how Kai Songyin would react. Speaking of which, Kai Songyin hadn't done anything for the past 2 days. This didn't make sense. Gu Nianji was thinking about this when she realized that, speak of the devil. Of course, it wasn't the main character. It was Cao Cao's think tank, Kai Songyin's niece, Madame Kai Xingnan. Kai Xingnan had been in the Senate for more than a month because of Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case. She was very familiar with everyone there. She was also one of the people that Speaker Long had publicly expressed his appreciation for. She also had a pass to enter and exit the Senate, so she could come here without any obstructions. She walked straight to Gu Nianji and stopped beside her. Kai Xingnan crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at Gu Nianji. She suddenly said, "Miss Gu, it's actually a very bad habit to insist on working when you're injured." Gu Nianji heard Kai Xingnan's voice and couldn't help but laugh. She had just been wondering why Kai Songyin hadn't done anything yet. Now, she was about to make a move. Gu Nianji calmly turned off the display. She stood up and turned around to face Kai Xingnan. "Miss Kai, may I ask what business you have with me? Please call me Lawyer Kai. Don't use Miss to humiliate me." Kai Xingnan pouted. She looked at Gu Nianji's face with the mask on. It was an eyesore. She suddenly reached out and pulled the mask off Gu Nianji's face. She asked with a smile, "Miss Gu, did your face really get hurt?" Kai Xingnan had trained her strength. Gu Nianji felt like her ear was about to be torn off. The mask was pulled off, revealing Gu Nianji's face. Although it wasn't as swollen as it looked on the video, it was still excessively red and swollen. "You're really hurt," Kai Xingnan muttered to herself. The condition of Gu Nianji's face was actually because she had spoken too much with the mask on. It was red and swollen from being rubbed, and it still hurt. But no matter what, it was her business whether she was injured or not. Gu Nianji was furious that Kai Xingnan had ripped off her mask and exposed her embarrassing wound. Moreover, her ear was burning with pain as if it had been torn apart by Kai Xingnan. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate. The moment Kai Xingnan pulled off her mask, she slapped her. Kai Xingnan covered her face in disbelief and looked at Gu Nianji. "You hit me." "Yes, I hit you. I was defending myself, Lawyer Kai." "What misunderstanding do you have about self-defense?" Gu Nianji said confidently and waved her hand. Your face is so strong. My hand hurts when I hit your face. It was the third watch. Asking for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Chapter 10:26. Gu Nianji's hand was broken. Besides, she had practiced with Hu Xiaoheng a few times, so the slap really hurt a lot. Kai Xingnan's tears instantly burst out of her eyes. She wasn't crying because of the pain, but because Gu Nianji's slap had hit the tear ducts near the bridge of her nose. Her nose was sore, and tears naturally flowed out. Gu Nianji was stunned and looked at her hand in surprise. Does it hurt that much? Lawyer Kai, you almost ripped my ear off, but I didn't even cry. I slapped you, and you're crying. Kai Xingnan also felt embarrassed that she was crying in front of Gu Nianji. She quickly wiped away her tears and said stubbornly, "It's a natural stress reaction. Don't you know? Also, don't use self-defense to obscure the fact that you hit someone. You can threaten to sue Mr. Chow because of an unintentional action, and I can also sue you because of this slap. Sue, I'll keep you company." Gu Nianji rubbed her ear and carefully put the mask that Kai Xingnan had pulled off. Kai Xingnan thought about how red and swollen Gu Nianji's face looked and felt a little strange. Why did her aunt ask her to confirm whether Gu Nianji was injured first? She was clearly injured. Kai Xingnan had seen it on TV 2 days ago. Today, seeing it up close, it was even more serious. Her delicate skin was torn and red and swollen. Kai Xingnan's eyes flickered, and she said to Gu Nianji, "Fine, wait for my lawyer's letter." Same here. Gu Nianji said calmly, "Don't forget, I'm also a lawyer." Kai Xingnan pointed at Gu Nianji, then turned around and left angrily. The people from the secretariat finally gathered around and asked regretfully, "Little Gu, are you okay? Do you want to go back and rest? The wound on your face seems to have gotten worse. It wouldn't be good for a beautiful girl to be disfigured because of this." Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to continue working. She packed her bag, asked for leave from the new person in charge of the secretariat, and left the work area of the secretariat. She first went to the temporary command room of the Special Operations Forces to see Hu Xiaoheng. However, when she arrived, she realized that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't there today. Only Yin Shixiang was there, leading the members of the Special Operations Forces to carry out the final preparations before the election. "Nianji, did Kai Xingnan do anything to you just now?" Yin Shixiang asked with concern as he pointed at the dozen or so surveillance screens in front of him. "I saw it when she pulled off your mask." Although Yin Shixiang had also seen Gu Nianji slap Kai Xingnan, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As far as he was concerned, Kai Xingnan had made the first move. The first person to provoke her was despicable and deserved to be beaten to death. Gu Nianji touched her ear and felt it still hurt. She mumbled, "This woman acted like she was having a seizure. She suddenly pulled my mask and almost pulled my ear off. Brother Xiong, look, is my ear okay?" Gu Nianji tilted her head to let him look at her ear. Yin Shixiang took a closer look and found that it was really a little torn. There was even a trace of blood on the tip of the ear. Motherf ****. What's more, he was a famous lawyer from the United States. That's how she is. Yin Shixiang cursed as he carried the first aid kit over. He took out cotton swabs and ointment to apply to Gu Nianji's ear. "That's not surprising." Gu Nianji gasped and hissed. "Don't think that American lawyers are all high and mighty. Other than members of Congress, the people Americans hate the most are lawyers. In this line of work, if you don't have a bottom line, it's easy to lose any sense of morality. As long as they can escape justice, they can do anything." Yin Shixiang chuckled and put away the first aid kit. "Nianji, you can't become that kind of person. Otherwise, Brother Xiong won't acknowledge you as his sister." "Of course I won't. There are good people among lawyers, and I'm one of them, Gu Nianji said with a smile. After applying medicine to her ear, she felt much more comfortable. She looked around and asked quietly, Brother Xiong, where's Hua Xiao? She didn't rashly call Hua Xiaoheng because this was a critical time. She didn't want to cause trouble for him or herself. If he went on a mission again, then she couldn't contact him. Yin Shixiang hadn't heard Gu Nianji actively ask about Hua Xiaoheng in a long time. He quickly smiled and said, Hua Xiao went back to work at the base. I'm in charge here. Oh right, I have something to deliver to the base. Can you deliver it to Hua Xiao for me? Actually, Yin Shixiang had something to deliver. Why would he need Gu Nianji to deliver it? He only said this to give Gu Nianji a reason to go to the base to find Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji smiled embarrassedly and took the paper bag from Yin Shixiang. She said, I just happened to be free. Yin Shixiang smiled as he watched Gu Nianji leave the Senate building. He quickly called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao. Speak. Hua Xiaoheng kept typing commands on the computer. Yin Shixiang quickly said, Hua Xiao, Kai Xingnan just came to the Senate building to look for Nianji. The two of them had a little conflict. Nianji is now at the base looking for you. Hua Xiaoheng was in the central control room of the headquarters, researching the problem of Hong Kong Chuan's tracking chip. They had already begun monitoring Hong Kong Quan. So far, Hong Kong Quan hadn't shown any signs of abnormality. Hua Xiaoheng was even beginning to doubt whether Tan Gairen's words could be trusted. Was the person behind Kai Songyin's ideas really Hong Kong Quan? When he heard that Kai Xingnan and Gu Nianji had a conflict, Hua Xiaoheng's fingers stopped moving. He put on his Bluetooth headset and stood up from the computer. A conflict? What conflict? Kai Xingnan ripped off Nianji's mask and tore her ear. Nianji slapped her. Yin Shixiang smiled wickedly when he said the last sentence. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Why did she rip off Nianji's mask? Who knows? Maybe it was because she didn't like it. That mask was shockingly ugly, Hua Xiao. Why did you give her a mask like that? Yin Shixiang slammed the table. Panda colors are cute on pandas, but they're scary on people's faces. Let me tell you. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him. The mask was specially made by Qinlai, so Yin Shixiang didn't need to know the reason. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and worked for another half an hour. He did some simple finishing touches before taking out a cigarette from his trouser pocket. He walked out of the central control room and returned to his official residence. He didn't go in. He only smoked quietly under the tree at the entrance. The weather in the imperial capital was sunny in spring. The leaves were green and the breeze was gentle. The guards at the entrance couldn't help but stand even straighter. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have to wait long before he saw Gu Nianji's little red sports car drive over. He narrowed his eyes and casually threw the cigarette into the trash can in the corner. Gu Nianji parked the car in the parking lot at the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. As soon as she got out, she saw Hua Xiaoheng standing at the entrance and quietly looking at her. Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji walked over with a paper bag that Yin Shixiang had given her. Brother Xiong asked me to bring this to you. Hua Xiaoheng took the paper bag and his gaze fell on Gu Nianji's oiled ear. He moved closer to brush her hair aside and carefully looked at the wound on her ear. Does it hurt? Gu Nianji nodded. It hurts a lot. But it's much better now. Hua Xiaoheng took her hand and took her directly to Qinlai's medical building. Qinlai saw Gu Nianji walk in wearing a black and white panda mask and grinned wickedly. Nianji, what's wrong? Is the wound uncomfortable? He winked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji undid her mask angrily and said, the old wound is healed, but there's a new one. Brother Qin, look at my face. It's like this just because I said a few more words today. And my ear. Hu Xiaoheng said dryly from behind, let Nianji look at your ear first. It's torn. Chen Lai's smile disappeared instantly. Torn? Who tore your ear? Who the hell had the guts to do that? Gu Nianji's heart warmed. She had been bullied at the Senate, but when she returned to the Special Operations Forces, everyone cared about her. She moved closer to Chen Lai and pointed to her ear. Right here. When Kai Xingnan tore off my mask, it tore. Kai Xingnan tore off your mask. How dare she? Chen Lai was even more shocked. He exchanged a fearful look with Hu Xiaoheng and quickly murmured. That was too dangerous. This was the first night watch. There were 2 night watches today. What about the monthly votes of the relatives? Did they have any? At 7 p.m., the second night watch. Chapter 10:27. Gu Nianji pouted. How would I know she would suddenly attack? But I reacted quickly and gave her a backhand slap. Good job. Chen Lai took a gauze and began to clean Gu Nianji's ear wound again. He said indignantly, I'll give you a medical certificate. Sue her for bodily injury. Gu Nianji giggled and said, sure. Kai Xingnan even said she would sue me for slapping her. Then sue her. Who's afraid of who? Chen Lai's technique was much better than Yin Shixiang's. He quickly applied a better ointment to Gu Nianji's ear. Go home and rest for 2 days. Don't go to work at the Senate. Yeah, I want to rest. Gu Nianji nodded. She had already achieved her main goal of going to the Senate. If Speaker Long needed her help, she would naturally go. But now that the preparations for the Senate's interim general election were almost complete, it didn't matter whether she went or not. Chen Lai finished applying ointment to her ear and looked at her face, especially around her lips. He gave her a bottle of jelly-like ointment. Since you're not going to the Senate, you don't need to wear a mask. Take this and apply it to the uncomfortable areas on your face. You'll be fine in 2 days. Gu Nianji took it. Thank you, Brother Qin. But when she turned around and saw Hu Xiaoheng calmly standing by the window, Gu Nianji instinctively wanted to put on her mask again. She was too unsightly right now, and she didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to see it. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and said to Chen Lai, help her change her mask. Wear it when you go out. Chen Lai changed Gu Nianji's mask into a nicer one. The inner layer was thinner and softer than the black and white panda mask. Gu Nianji immediately felt much more comfortable after putting on the mask. She didn't feel embarrassed anymore. She happily said to Chen Lai, thank you, Brother Chen, and followed Hu Xiaoheng out of Chen Lai's medical building. Returning to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, Gu Nianji found an opportunity when no one was around to ask Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, is that document very important? Did it affect you at all by delaying the signing? Hu Xiaoheng didn't think it would be a big problem, especially after he checked the data on Hong Kong Chuan's tracking chip. His intuition told him that even if he fully monitored Hong Kong Quan, the results would be the same. He had long realized that Hong Kong Quan was very familiar with their workflow, and he was also an expert in it. He was Hu Xiaoheng's superior and had taught Hu Xiaoheng many things. Although he was discharged from the army, his work was of the same nature as that which he had done in the army. If there really was something wrong with Hong Kong Quan, it would not have been so easy for them to find out. Moreover, Hong Kong Quan was a minister, so if they wanted to investigate him, they would face even more obstacles. Up until now, the only flaw Hong Kong Quan had exposed was Kai Song-yin. If that was really a flaw. He pulled Gu Nianji to sit on the sofa in the corner and said calmly, there are some obstacles, but it's not that big of a problem. You don't have to worry. Really? Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. I was just afraid of delaying your plans. Although I'm not responsible for this, it's because of me. If she hadn't been in the Senate Secretariat, Special Assistant Yang wouldn't have come up with such an evil plan to deal with her and implicate this document. You're overthinking it. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. Special Assistant Yang was the one who had bad intentions. It has nothing to do with you. Yin Shixiang had personally told him to deliver the important document as soon as possible. How could Special Assistant Yang still lie through his teeth and be negligent? Who else could he blame? Moreover, the Senate was best at wrangling. They could go on and on about trivial matters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to understand their supreme authority. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji had zero experience in this area. She still needed to experience it herself in order to get a direct impression of working in the Senate. One could be born with IQ, but not EQ. Letting go of her guilt, Gu Nianji let out a long sigh. That's good. I also said that if I really messed things up, I would ask for your forgiveness. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt that he had comforted Gu Nianji too early. However, it was too late for regrets now. Gu Nianji could no longer ask for forgiveness from him. Then stay here for 2 days. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. You can leave after you've recovered. He didn't want the people from the Kai family to cause trouble again. Kai Xingnan's actions today made Hua Xiaoheng very cautious. What kind of person would pay attention to the wound on Gu Nianji's face? Or would they be concerned about the healing of her wound? Monitoring Hong Kong Quan required so many procedures, but monitoring Kai Xingnan didn't. That was because Kai Xingnan was under Hua Xiaoheng's jurisdiction. She was an overseas Chinese and had only returned to the Huaxia Empire for 3 months. Okay, go do your work. Don't worry about me. Gu Nianji stretched and planned to take a nap. She had been nervous the past 2 days outside and hadn't slept well at night. Gu Nianji quickly fell asleep when she returned to this familiar place. After Gu Nianji fell asleep, Hua Xiaoheng assigned a new task to monitor Kai Xingnan. Gu Nianji woke up and discovered that it was already past 6 in the evening. It was time for dinner. Her stomach was growling with hunger. She hadn't eaten for an entire day. She got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Looking in the mirror, she discovered that her face was much better. She hadn't worn a mask for the entire afternoon, so there were no longer any red or swollen areas on her face. There were only a few red marks, indicating that she had been injured. Looking at the tear on her ear, it had healed well. Gu Nianji applied the green jelly-like ointment that Qin Lai had given her and took her phone downstairs for dinner. She was the only one in the dining room. Hua Xiaoheng was in the office building and hadn't returned. Yin Shixiang was in the Senate building and couldn't return. Zhao Liangzhou was on an island in the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. Gu Nianji sat alone in the empty dining room and missed the laughter of the past. No one accompanied her for dinner, so she scrolled through her phone as she ate. Gu Nianji hadn't been on Weibo for a few days. She logged onto her secondary account and began to browse the hot news. Suddenly, she discovered that the original blogger she had followed using her secondary account had been tagged by the police officer. What happened? Gu Nianji clicked on it and discovered that it was an obituary. So the original blogger's real name was Liu Daong, and he committed suicide by jumping off a building to avoid loan sharks last night. What was going on? Gu Nianji was confused for a moment. As far as she knew, this blogger was definitely not someone who would commit suicide. Even when he was being sued by the Prime Minister and his wife, he didn't consider jumping off a building. Why would he commit suicide after being chased by loan sharks? Also, Gu Nianji remembered that this blogger had made a small fortune because he had accepted Kai Songmin's brief outline. Why did he need to borrow from loan sharks? He didn't have a wife or children, and he didn't even have a house to repay the loan. Why would he borrow so much from them? The more Gu Nianji thought about it, the more suspicious she became. She reread the contents of the police's official blog. It turned out that a residential building fire had occurred in an apartment complex near the Siwan subway station in the imperial capital yesterday. It was the original blogger's rented room. Then the blogger was found dead on the sidewalk downstairs. The medical examiner proved that the person named Lu Daong had committed suicide by jumping off a building. The police only found a heavily damaged hard drive from the man's burned home. After recovering the data, they discovered some of Lu Daong's online accounts. The most important one was this Weibo account, Churchill's Garden. This was also his only source of income. Jumping off a building to commit suicide, why did he have to burn down his home? Gu Nianji muttered to herself. Her slender fingers tapped on the phone screen twice. Under the police station's official Weibo post, there seemed to be comments from Lu Daong's neighbors. They all said that they had heard the loan sharks come to collect the debt last night, and that the two were arguing so loudly that the entire floor could hear them. Gu Nianji was a lawyer. Her professional habits kicked in when she saw the Weibo post. She began to make deductions. Loan sharks chasing after debts. In order to avoid being chased by loan sharks, he jumped off a building to commit suicide. This chain of evidence was logical. But why would he set fire to his home? That didn't make any sense. Did he set the fire himself? Or did someone else set the fire? If someone else set the fire, then it made even less sense for the person to commit suicide. Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of the Prime Minister's wife, Kai Song-yin, who had a history with this Weibo blogger. Kai Song-yin had threatened to sue this Weibo blogger and intentionally forced him to spill the beans about the short essay. Now that the blogger was dead, how could Kai Song-yin stir up trouble? Gu Nianji thought of that and immediately remembered the text she had sent to Kai Song-yin, as well as Tan Gairen's audio recording. When she sent the text, the IP address was heavily disguised, and the tone of her voice was that of the original blogger. No matter who saw that text, they would think that the original blogger had hired help. She still remembered the content of the text. Mrs. Tan, if you insist on suing the original blogger, your daughter's imprisonment play will soon go viral. Gu Nianji stood up uneasily and paced back and forth in the dining room. She didn't know if she was overthinking it, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that the original blogger had lost his life because of this message. It was the second watch. The monthly votes were almost in the Major General's hands. Chapter 1028. As far as Gu Nianji was concerned, she felt that she knew the blogger better than the police. Although the police had obtained the hard drive, it had already been reformatted by Gu Nianji. There was much less content on the hard drive than before. Therefore, the police had no other clues other than knowing that Lu Daong was the real identity of the blogger, Churchill's Garden. Based on Gu Nianji's understanding of the blogger, a loan shark alone would be enough to make the blogger, Churchill's Garden, who dared to take on the First Lady's case and actively defame the Major General of the Army, commit suicide. Wasn't this an insult to her intelligence? The more Gu Nianji thought about it, the more she was inclined to believe that the blogger hadn't committed suicide, but rather had been killed. So who was the one who did it? From what she knew, Gu Nianji felt that Kai Song-yin was the most likely culprit. Not for anything else, but for her daughter, Tan Gairen. She loved her daughter so much, so of course she didn't want anyone else to know the details of her daughter's kidnapping in the United States, especially since she believed that the blogger had her daughter's audio recording, which was more powerful than any scandalous gossip. However, Gu Nianji had to admit that no matter how smart she was, she never expected Kai Song-yin to be willing to kill someone for her daughter. She had originally thought that Kai Song-yin would at most give up on the blogger and give up on the idea of suing him in court because of this evidence. That way, Hua Xiaoheng's reputation would be preserved because the blogger wouldn't be forced into desperation and expose the fact that Kai Song-yin had asked him to write an article to defame her. She never expected Kai Song-yin to directly send an assassin to finish off the original blogger, Churchill's Garden, who was also the victim announced by the police as Lu Daong. If she hadn't guessed wrong, the lone shark the neighbors were so sure about was the murderer. Gu Nianji didn't even bother eating dinner when she thought about this and quickly dialed Hu Xiaoheng's number. She waited for 5 minutes before Hu Xiaoheng's call connected. Nianji, what's up? Hu Xiaoheng was reading the test report in his office. That morning, he had used some of his authority to send people to conduct a spot check on the Secret Service, citing the need for strict security for the interim election. The focus of the check was the tracking chip installed on their bodies. This check was a regular schedule, with 2 spot checks per year and a spot check at any time depending on the situation. Hu Xiaoheng was doing a spot check this time. Because it was a spot check, there was almost no chance to tamper. The Secret Service's tracking chip was installed one way. In other words, once it was taken out, it would be useless to put it back. Unless he changed his identity, he would need to install a new positioning chip. This was also why, for the people of the Secret Service, only when they completely resigned from the Secret Service or died could they retrieve the tracking chip. The test report in front of Hu Xiaoheng showed that not only were the tracking chips all over Hong Kang's body still in their original positions, but they were also intact. While looking at him, Hu Xiaoheng as he is I. As he is he said, as he is he said. As I told, as he as she. As he is he. As he looked at. I, Hua, Gu as I said. As I Hua Gu. Hua. As I asked. Hua. Gu. As I Gu. As I said. As. Okay. Hu Xiaoheng's voice softened. Wait for me. Hu Xiaoheng's steps were more urgent than ever as he walked out of the office. He quickly returned to his official residence. He didn't have time to go back to his room to change, so he walked into the dining room in a dark green military uniform. The dining room was spacious. Under the bright chandelier, there was a slender girl sitting quietly at the rectangular wooden dining table. She rested her chin on her hand. From where he sat, he could clearly see her silhouette. It was as if she had walked out from the bottom of his heart. Gu Nianji felt someone looking at her. She looked up to see Hu Xiaoheng in his military uniform standing at the dining room's entrance. She smiled and stood up. You're back so fast. Yeah. Hu Xiaoheng composed himself and walked to the seat across from her. Soon after, the orderlies brought Hu Xiaoheng his dinner and respectfully placed it on the table in front of him. Hu Xiaoheng nodded to Gu Nianji and started eating. He was very quiet when he ate at home. He didn't talk while eating. He had always taught Gu Nianji this. The dining room was still quiet. Only the sound of chopsticks or knives and forks hitting plates could be heard. However, Gu Nianji didn't feel so lonely anymore. After dinner, they left the dining room and went to the second floor where they lived. In the long hallway, Gu Nianji's suite was on the left and Hu Xiaoheng's suite was on the right. Their doors were almost facing each other. Hu Xiaoheng asked her, "Do you want to go to your room or mine?" Gu Nianji hesitated. Thinking that Hu Xiaoheng's room had better security, she pointed to his door. "Let's talk in your room." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. He turned around and pressed his palm on the door's sensor to open the door. They walked in, and the door closed automatically. Gu Nianji stopped and looked up at the living room of Hu Xiaoheng's suite. It was a place she hadn't set foot in since she went to Germany. However, after so much time had passed, this place hadn't changed at all. It still had black curtains, milky white walls, brown walnut solid wood flooring, and a corner sofa with strong lines. There was even a doll on the small table in the corner of the room. It was the one Gu Nianji had hugged when she was young. "Why are you standing? Come and sit." Hu Hu Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa in the corner and waved for her to come over. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality. Her eyes fluttered over the doll as she sat down next to Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't purposely pull away from him. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips and put one hand on the back of the sofa behind Gu Nianji. He asked, "Tell me, what is it?" Gu Nianji took out her phone and opened the text she had sent to Kai Songyin. She passed it to Hu Xiaoheng. "Hu Xiao, do you remember what I told you?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't take her phone. He only looked down at her hand and nodded. "What is it?" "Kai Songyin knows you sent it." "So what if she knows?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't care at all. Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin were busy with the interim elections and didn't have time to think about anything else. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to shake her head and say with some difficulty, "No, she doesn't know I sent it." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her. Since she didn't know it was her, why was she looking so troubled? She thought it was the original blogger who sent it, Gu Nianji said quietly. She opened Weibo again and showed Hu Xiaoheng the content of the blogger, Churchill's Garden, being tagged by the police officer. And this blogger was found to have committed suicide by jumping off a building last night. Hu Xiaoheng's expression didn't change at all. He quickly glanced at the content displayed on Gu Nianji's phone and quickly grasped the main point. "You mean Kai Songyin sent people to get rid of this blogger?" "What the hell?" Gu Nianji almost kneeled in front of Hu Xiaoheng again. He was able to understand the content she had spent half an hour to figure out with just one look. Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng and said quietly, "Hu Xiao, even if I wasn't your girlfriend and was just a normal citizen, I would still be very happy that our country has a soldier like you. He was strong enough to intimidate his enemies, smart enough to understand the meaning of a song, able to see the big picture without bothering about the details, and principled without being rigid." If she wasn't his girlfriend, Gu Nianji wouldn't be able to find any faults with him. Hu Xiaoheng's hand moved down from the back of the sofa to rest on the back of her neck. He kissed her lips. "Welcome home, my little darling." She was like a lost child who had finally found her way home after being lost for a short while. She wouldn't know the value of possession if she had never lost it. Similarly, she could only rely on herself to find her way home so she wouldn't be lost again. Although Gu Nianji was only 19 years old, she had experienced more than many 29-year-olds. This kind of experience, coupled with her shocking intelligence, allowed her to quickly mature. Maturity meant that she could see the truth behind the superficial, learn to make choices, and know how to compromise. Gu Nianji no longer felt inferior and helpless about her and Hu Xiaoheng's future. Her repeated confrontations with those people made her gradually understand that if she wasn't worthy of being with Hu Xiaoheng, then who was? Gu Nianji also leaned over to kiss Hu Xiaoheng. "Thank you for waiting for me to come home." When cracks appeared in their relationship, if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't persevered, they wouldn't have had the chance to turn things around now. This was the so-called relationship between two people. Only one party's dedication would not last long. Hu Xiaoheng patted her back. "It's good that you're back." He quickly followed up with a question. "When do you plan on announcing our marriage?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She sat up straight and ran her hand through her hair. Her gaze shifted to the hanging black curtains as she intentionally changed the subject. "We'll talk about our matters later. Right now, let's talk about Kai Songyin and this Weibo blogger." Hu Xiaoheng smiled and didn't force her. He also changed the subject. "If this matter really has something to do with Kai Songyin, then it's not just a normal case of defamation and defamation." "Yes." Gu Nianji was especially spirited when it came to her profession. "This is murder. If it was really Kai Songyin who ordered it, then we definitely can't let her go. But what should we do to find clues?" Hu Xiaoheng took her phone and read the entire news again. Gu Nianji said in distress, "I really didn't expect Kai Songyin to be so crazy. She's as despicable as she can be to threaten and defame others. I only showed the slightest intention of threatening and defaming her daughter, and she immediately tried to kill me. This is the first update. Today is the third update. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially for recommendation votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon, I master Rashi's reward of 100,000 Chidian coins for the first update. At 7:00 in the evening, the third update. Chapter 1029. She's the Prime Minister's wife. Her husband is the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister. How could she do such a thing? Gu Nianji found it very difficult to understand Kai Songyin's train of thought and behavior. Hu Xiaoheng quietly finished reading all the relevant news and returned the phone to Gu Nianji. He comforted her. Don't insist that it was Kai Songyin. At this point, we need evidence. Gu Nianji was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, Hu Xiaoheng seemed to be right. She had a preconceived idea. First, she was certain that the blogger's death had something to do with the text she sent to Kai Songyin. Then, she was certain that Kai Songyin was the culprit. From a legal point of view, her way of thinking was to first set up her own opinion and then look for evidence around it. It was putting the cart before the horse and would cover up the truth. Hu Xiao, you're very right. We can't prove that Kai Songyin was the one behind it. I don't have any concrete evidence. I only have a logical deduction. Gu Nianji sincerely expressed her admiration for Hu Xiaoheng. His meticulous and rigorous thinking, as well as his impartial attitude towards the case, gave her a lot of inspiration. Hu Xiaoheng remained calm and collected. His expression didn't change much, but the flash of joy in his eyes made his entire aura much more relaxed. Without batting an eyelid, he sat next to Gu Nianji and said, "Then what do you plan to do?" Hu Xiaoheng could tell that Gu Nianji felt apologetic towards the blogger, so she would definitely intervene. His death, in her opinion, was caused by one of her text messages. But Hu Xiaoheng knew that this was the end of the blogger from the moment he accepted Kai Songyin's short story. Even if Kai Songyin didn't make a move now, she would make a move later. She wouldn't leave such a big weakness in the hands of others. Gu Nianji's text about Tan Guiren only sped up the process. Although Hu Xiaoheng had just told Gu Nianji that Kai Songyin might not have ordered someone to do it, he knew deep down that Kai Songyin definitely had something to do with this. It all depended on what role Kai Songyin played in this. Perhaps she was the mastermind, or perhaps she was just an accomplice. Gu Nianji hung her head and said, "I want to see if I can find the real murderer and help this blogger." "He almost ruined your reputation," Hu Xiaoheng said dryly. "Don't you hate him?" "Of course I hate him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used his Weibo account to post videos of the Prime Minister." Gu Nianji pouted. "But I still think he doesn't deserve to die. Kai Songyin attacked this blogger because she was worried about Tan Guiren. I couldn't stand it. She was the wife of the Prime Minister of a country, but she was actually this kind of person who killed people at the slightest provocation. Even if it's for the sake of the people, I still have to try." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. Every word she said touched the bottom of his heart. The tacit understanding between the two of them was more than they knew. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her forehead. "Okay, do it if you want to, but be careful." Gu Nianji nodded. She didn't ask for much from Hu Xiaoheng. Because this was a domestic criminal case, with Hu Xiaoheng's identity and position, he couldn't interfere. But Gu Nianji also didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to help her all the way so she could reap the benefits of finding evidence of the murderer. As long as he could talk to her behind her back like he did today and help her sort out her thoughts, Gu Nianji was already very satisfied. After she finished talking, Gu Nianji casually asked Hu Xiaoheng, "Aren't you going to the Senate building to oversee things? The vote is next week, right?" Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. "I'll let Big Xiong be in charge of monitoring the interim election." I still have other work. As he spoke, Hu Xiaoheng stood up. You should rest early. Gu Nianji also stood up to return to her suite across the street. You should also rest. I see that you're thinner than before. Gu Nianji's gaze fell on Hu Xiaoheng's waist, which was covered in a military belt. His figure had always been impeccable. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. His broad back had a beautiful inverted triangle. Just looking at his back was enough to charm a fangirl. But in Gu Nianji's eyes, he didn't seem as sturdy as before. Hu Xiaoheng walked out with her and said with a smile. When you weren't home, I didn't eat or drink, so of course I lost weight. Gu Nianji. The air suddenly became still, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Gu Nianji rubbed her ears and felt a burst of pain. She finally muttered to herself. I'm not dreaming. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed her head and carefully tied the gauze around her ears. He said gently, I'm not dreaming. I'm telling the truth. Ever since Gu Nianji returned from a near-death experience and cried to break up with him, he didn't want to tell her how many sleepless nights he had been. As soon as he closed his eyes, it was as if he could see the boundless Alps surrounded by wolves and tigers. The woman he loved the most was running for her life in the mountains, but he could only watch helplessly. His self-blame was indescribable, and his guilt couldn't be vented. In the end, he could only tenaciously wait and protect. As a soldier with unparalleled self-control, this was the only thing he could do. Gu Nianji turned around and hugged him. Now that I'm back, you have to eat well and sleep well. Hu Xiaoheng stared at the top of her head for a while and bent down to whisper something in her ear. Gu Nianji blushed and forced herself to calm down. She let go of his muscular waist and turned around to leave without saying a word. Hu Xiaoheng stood at the door with both hands in his trouser pockets. He leisurely watched her open the door across from him, push the door open, and slam the door shut. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and left his official residence in a relaxed mood. He returned to the central control room to connect with Zhao Liangze. Hu Xiaoheng had a vague feeling that there was a problem with the surveillance software regarding Hong Kong Chuan's tracking chip. This was because the inspection report just now proved that there was no problem with the hardware of the tracking chip. There were only two possibilities. One was that there was a problem with the software, and the other was that there was a problem with the eyes of the two Special Operations Forces personnel. Hu Xiaoheng carefully looked at the video footage taken by the two personnel. He saw very clearly that the man who came out of the neighborhood where Hong Kongwan lived was indeed Hong Kongwan. The video showed that it was Hong Kongwan himself all the way to the gay bar. As for where he went after changing clothes, Hu Xiaoheng could not be sure because the tracking chip did not show the corresponding data. Hu Xiaoheng sat down in the central control room and connected with Zhao Liangze. This was the time they had agreed on. Hello, Chief. Zhao Liangze's handsome face appeared on the computer screen in front of Hu Xiaoheng. They were having an encrypted video call. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Little Zhe, how are you doing over there? How are I doing? I'm doing great. Zhao Liangze was relaxed. I'm eating fresh seafood. I'm really eating shark fin as a side dish and lobster as the main course. Hu Xiaoheng, I suggest that you and Big Xiong come over when you have time. I'll treat you to crabs until you're full. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Since you're having such a good time, you should stay here and treat that place as your home. Zhao Liangze was speechless. Fine, he admitted that he couldn't win against Hu Xiaoheng in an argument. He shouldn't have boasted just now. Great, now he had to treat this place as his home. Zhao Liangze's expression was stern as he scanned the 10-square-meter room. To be precise, it wasn't a room, but a thatched hut. All the equipment was in the newly built concrete room. Their own residence was still under construction, so everyone's temporary residence was still a thatched hut. Hu Xiaoheng stared with satisfaction at Zhao Liangze's suddenly dark expression. He said calmly, "I have a problem I want to share with you." As he spoke, he told him about the problem with the Secret Service's tracking chip. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng didn't say whose tracking chip it was. He only said that during a spot check, the chip's data was inconsistent with actual operations. They initially deduced that there was a problem with the monitoring chip software and asked Zhao Liangzi if there was a way to fix the software bug. Zhao Liangzi was a computer genius and loved to challenge all kinds of software bugs. As soon as he heard that the Secret Service's tracking chip had a problem, he quickly said, "No problem. Hu Xiaoheng, send me the tracking chip's data that went wrong. I'll see if I have any clues." This is the second update. Today is the third update. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and I'm especially looking for recommendation votes. The first update of 100,000 Qidian coins for the Alliance leader, I am Master Rashi, July has arrived. At 7 p.m., the third update. Chapter 1030. Hu Xiaoheng packaged Hong Kong Chuan's tracking chip data and sent it to Zhao Liangzi's email. "Can you check the central control system's monitoring software?" Zhao Liangzi tried it on the other side and shook his head. "No, I can't log in." Hu Xiaoheng looked at Zhao Liangzi's authority. He was logging in remotely, and the central control system had very high security requirements for remote login accounts. Zhao Liangzi's base had just been set up, so there wasn't such high security authority yet. He couldn't guarantee security measures after logging in. "I'll package some of the software related to monitoring and send it to you." Hu Xiaoheng didn't hesitate. It's time to test the security of the quantum communication at the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Pay attention to receiving it over there. The biggest feature of quantum communication was that it was extremely safe. Even if the non-receiving party intercepted the content of the communication, they wouldn't be able to check it. Because the content of the communication would be automatically destroyed the moment it was intercepted by a third party. Zhao Liangzi had many public missions on the island at the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. Remote testing of the quantum communication at the Institute of High Energy Physics was also one of his missions. Of course, his private mission was to find the location of the MH210 plane crash and find Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. Zhao Liangzi finished adjusting the quantum communication equipment and waited for Hu Xiaoheng to send it. Not long after, he received the email. After reading it, everything was normal. "Get to work and send me the results as soon as possible." Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "Tomorrow morning in China. Whether it's a problem with the software or not, you have to send the results to my email." Zhao Liangzi quickly agreed and immediately got to work. To test whether a software's performance was stable, find bugs, and modify it required a lot of alternating calculations and runs. Zhao Liangzi looked at the size of the software. Hundreds of thousands of lines of instructions were displayed in front of him, making him almost cross-eyed. It was almost an impossible task for him to complete so many instructions alone. Zhao Liangzi thought for a moment, then ran the entire program through the program with the software he had made to check for bugs. He tried to find any potentially problematic instructions. He spent more than an hour doing this and narrowed down the problematic instructions to a few thousand, which was already greatly reduced from the previous hundreds of thousands of instructions. However, after carefully studying the thousands of instructions, he felt that it would be impossible to thoroughly study them in one night. A person's energy and time were limited. After some thought, Zhao Liangzi split the thousands of instructions in half. He planned to ask Gu Nianji for help. Logically speaking, Gu Nianji didn't have the appropriate security clearance, so she couldn't view the source code. However, Zhao Liangzi could change these instructions to the most basic data, so he could ask Gu Nianji for help. It was impossible to understand the entire software just by looking at the source code fragments, not to mention the buggy source code. Zhao Liangzi was not at all worried that secrets would be leaked. Furthermore, there were precedents for the Special Operations Forces. For example, they had hired outside experts to evaluate the software, or even evaluate operational regulations. Gu Nianji would temporarily be the expert they hired from outside. Zhao Liangzi thought happily as he dialed Gu Nianji's number. Gu Nianji had just showered and was lying in bed scrolling through Weibo on her phone. She thought about how she could get more information from the police's official blog. Gu Nianji was surprised when Zhao Liangzi called. Who is it? Why did he call her so late? She looked at the phone number and saw it was Zhao Liangzi's number. She quickly picked up and smiled. Brother Zhe, you finally remembered to call me. I thought you forgot about me. Nianji, Brother Zhe can forget anyone but you. Zhao Liangzi smiled at her. Turn on the video call. I have something to tell you. Gu Nianji quickly turned on the video call and connected to Zhao Liangzi. On the phone screen, Zhao Liangzi's handsome and fair face had turned a light chocolate color. He looked much stronger and healthier, more like a soldier. Gu Nianji nodded with satisfaction. Brother Zhe, looks like Africa suits you very well. You're even more manly now. Zhao Liangzi chuckled. You make it sound like I wasn't manly before. I deserve it. Gu Nianji smiled but didn't say anything. But Nianji, what happened to your face? And your ears, why are they bandaged? Zhao Liangzi had never seen Gu Nianji look so disheveled. Gu Nianji pointed to her ears angrily. I was bitten by a mad dog. I was just about to sue her. The mad dog she was talking about was Kai Xingnan, who had unexpectedly ripped off her mask. Why did Kai Xingnan rip off her mask? Was it an accident, or was it premeditated? Gu Nianji couldn't figure it out. However, she didn't tell Zhao Liangzi the details. She only said, it's almost done. Don't worry. The two teased each other and finally ended the small talk. Zhao Liangzi got to the point. Nianji, I called you because I want you to do me a favor. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. As long as I can help, tell me. It's like this. I have a software bug that I need to check. My time is limited, but I have to hand in the results tomorrow morning. I want to know if you can help me check part of it. Zhao Liangzi showed Gu Nianji the computer screen full of instructions. Gu Nianji actually liked to check for bugs. When she saw the dense list of instructions, her eyes lit up. It was like someone who liked delicious food seeing delicious food, or someone who liked designer bag seeing an out-of-print designer bag. Her heart instantly raced. Okay. I'll help you check it. Gu Nianji couldn't stop smiling. Tomorrow. Send the data to my email. I'll check it right now. She rolled off the bed and sat down at the desk. She turned on the computer and found the source code file that Zhao Liangzi had sent her in her email. After uncompressing it, Gu Nianji discovered that these instructions were probably only a small part of the original version. Brother Zhe, the source code you sent me is only the tip of the iceberg, right? Gu Nianji said jokingly. If you don't trust me, you don't have to send it to me. I'll delete it in front of you. Zhao Liangzi wanted to lie on the computer screen and do his best to show Gu Nianji his trust and confidence. Nianji, it's not that I don't trust you, but it's too much work to send everything to you. Your email might not even fit. So I did some preparatory work first. These are the problematic instructions that I used my own inspection software to grab. The bug should be in these files. I kept half for myself and sent the other half to you. We'll look through it separately and compile it. Gu Nianji understood what Zhao Liangzi meant and asked, what is this software used for? Data monitoring, Zhao Liangzi said simply. It's connected to the signal sent by the chip and records the chip's location. Gu Nianji understood. Isn't this a GPS signal processor? Ah, more or less, but more specific. Zhao Liangze happily expressed that he had found the right person. With Gu Nianji's cooperation, they could solve the software problem in one night. After the two divided the work, they immersed themselves in the fiery work of checking for bugs. Gu Nianji had nothing to do anyway. Her face and ears had new injuries, so she needed to rest for a few days to avoid the people outside who were eyeing her with ulterior motives. It was the third update, and today was the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially for recommendation votes. Chapter 1031. She had a lot of time and could do what she liked. Gu Nianji focused on her work in front of the computer. Zhao Liangze had his own bug-checking program, and so did Gu Nianji. Her program was more flexible and could be modified according to different software. A worker must first sharpen his tools to do a good job. Gu Nianji wanted to find the bug more thoroughly, so she first checked her own little program. After confirming that there were no problems, she used her program to run the source code script that Zhao Liangze had sent her. The computer began to calculate and check automatically. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the time. It was already 1 a.m. She got up and walked to the door of the suite. She opened the door and looked at Hu Xiaoheng's room. The light in front of his door was not lit. This meant that he had not returned. It seemed that Hu Xiaoheng had pulled an all-nighter again. Gu Nianji shook her head and rubbed her phone. She finally put it down. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng was busy now. Calling him would only distract him. Gu Nianji closed her door and planned to sleep for a few hours. She set her phone alarm for 6 a.m. This should be the right time to check the results. Gu Nianji returned to her bedroom and quickly fell asleep. It was a dreamless night, and she slept very soundly. At 6 a.m. the next day, her phone alarm began to ring. Gu Nianji wanted to smash her phone. She rolled around in bed for a while before getting up with a frown. She rubbed her eyes and sat in front of the computer to look at her test results. After one night, she discovered that her error-checking program had finished running. The results showed that the source code that Zhao Liangze had sent her was fine. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and went to the bathroom to wash her face with cold water to wake herself up. She then took her phone and dialed Zhao Liangze's number to video call him. "Brother Zhe, did you finish the test?" Gu Nianji asked with a smile. Zhao Liangze had said yesterday that whether or not she could find anything, there must be results by this morning. Zhao Liangze was also sleepy on the other side. He mumbled into his Bluetooth headset, "I finished checking. There are no problems. What about you? Did you find any problems?" Zhao Liangze actually did not have much hope. That was because the monitoring software had been tested by countless computer experts and polished in practice. After so many years, there had never been a problem. Zhao Liangze didn't even know why Hu Xiaoheng suddenly wanted to check the software. Of course, he also knew that Hu Xiaoheng had a basis for everything he did. Even if it was a sudden impulse, he should have been able to sense that something was wrong. Zhao Liangze didn't share any more information or reasons with Gu Nianji, because if he said anything more, it would be a violation of discipline. Gu Nianji made a V sign with her right hand. "Yeah. Mine is fine too." Zhao Liangze was speechless. "Is there really no problem? You didn't slack off last night, did you? Did you sleep last night?" Zhao Liangze asked bluntly. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hands. No. Although I slept, my program was still running, so I didn't slack off." Zhao Liangze rubbed his forehead. "So you went to sleep?" His expression changed instantly, and he said harshly, "Nianji, you should know what we do for a living. Do you have any sense of time? In the military, they worked at whatever time they said they would. They couldn't be like other departments, where they said they would have a meeting at 8, but the actual meeting time was at 9. This gave everyone an hour of buffer time to ensure that everyone would be present when the meeting started. If the military said the meeting was at 8, then it was 8. 1 second late would be considered late, and they would be punished by military law. Gu Nianji was speechless. But I didn't delay anything. Gu Nianji defended herself quietly. Even if I didn't sleep, I was just watching the computer run on the side. Tell me, why would I waste my time sleeping? Zhao Liangze was speechless. It sounded very reasonable. Zhao Liangze was silent for a while, but he didn't know how to refute Gu Nianji. In the end, he said, "Fine, what's the situation on your side? Is there really no problem? Do you want to look at your program running records again?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I'm looking." After 10 minutes, Gu Nianji finished looking at all the logs from last night and said to Zhao Liangze with certainty, "There really is no problem." She then sent the source code and logs she had finished checking. Zhao Liangze would check it again. After finishing this work, Gu Nianji went downstairs to have some breakfast and spoke with the orderlies for a while. She confirmed that Hu Xiaoheng hadn't come back last night and was still working overtime in the central control room. Gu Nianji quickly asked, "What about supper and breakfast? Did you guys send them over?" The orderlies laughed. "Of course we did. Our mission is to take care of the chief's health. How could we let the chief go hungry?" Gu Nianji nodded with relief and smiled. "That's good. With you guys here, we don't have to worry about Hu Xiao starving." She said it jokingly, and the orderlies laughed along with her. Gu Nianji finished breakfast in a happy mood and went back to her room to surf the internet. She still had to find out the truth about the blogger's death, and she didn't have much time left. Sitting in front of the computer, Gu Nianji began to wander the internet. If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't forbidden her, she would have wanted to play on the dark web. Zhao Liangze checked all the source code and confirmed that there were no problems before sending it to Hu Xiaoheng. Within 5 minutes, Hu Xiaoheng's video call followed. "Little Zay. Hu Xiao, did you see the file I sent?" Zhao Liangze quickly accepted the video call and communicated with Hu Xiaoheng through his Bluetooth headset. Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly. "I saw it, but I'm not satisfied." Zhao Liangze was speechless. "Because I'm sure that there's a problem with the monitoring software," Hu Xiaoheng said dryly. "Or, there's a problem with the computer itself." Zhao Liangze suddenly shivered. As a senior computer expert and a world-class hacker, Zhao Liangze understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. "Hu Xiao, to be honest, I asked Nianji to help me last night. Of course, I didn't give her all the information. I only followed the methods and procedures our Special Operations Forces uses to find outside experts and assigned her half of the source code to check." Zhao Liangze had a bitter expression as he confessed to Hu Xiaoheng. "So?" Hu Xiaoheng tapped the computer table noncommittally. "She didn't find the problem either." Zhao Liangze shook his head with difficulty. "No. She used her bug-checking program to verify the source code I sent her and was sure that there were no problems." "So, Hu Xiao, are you sure that there's a problem with the monitoring software and not with the computer itself? If there was a problem with the computer itself, it would be an even bigger disaster, because the computer running the monitoring software was one of the supercomputers located in the central control room. And this supercomputer stored almost 30% of the Huaxia Empire's confidential documents." Zhao Liangze suddenly thought of Gu Nianji using a software called Devourer. EXE, in Germany to wipe out all the information from the German Federal Intelligence Agency. If this happened to someone else, they would be happy to watch. But if it happened to him, Zhao Liangze felt like his guts were about to explode. Hu Xiaoheng weighed the information in Zhao Liangze's words. If the source code had been checked by Zhao Liangze and Gu Nianji, two world-class computer experts and expert hackers, and both found no problems, then it really wasn't a problem with the monitoring software, but with the computer itself. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a long time. He almost unplugged the supercomputer's power cord. But now was the critical moment of the interim election, and every supercomputer was running at full capacity. Could he bear the consequences of unplugging the power cord at a time like this? Or rather, could the entire Huaxia Empire bear the consequences? His hand moved back and forth on the mouse. Finally, he created a real-time monitoring security program and saved it into the computer. This program wasn't a monitoring software, but it monitored the computer's behavior. Just like Gu Nianji's bug-checking software, it could record all the computer's activities during the bug-checking period and generate a log to facilitate post-inspection. Time passed quickly. Gu Nianji felt like it was noon in the blink of an eye. It was almost time for lunch. She looked at her watch and finally couldn't help but call Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, are you coming back for lunch? In order to ensure that the supercomputer could properly monitor the interim election, Hua Xiaoheng had to make a trip to the Senate building to see what the computer connection was like. This unexpected discovery made Hua Xiaoheng acutely sense that something was wrong. In both elections, the other party had requested the Special Operations Forces to monitor them. The reason was that it was more fair. Was that really the reason? Hua Xiaoheng's face was dark. He said to Gu Nianji calmly, I have to go out for something. You eat by yourself. He paused, then said, I'll be very busy for the next few days. I won't be going back. He was telling her about his whereabouts. Gu Nianji had mixed feelings. She quietly agreed and couldn't bear to put down the phone. She couldn't help but say, if there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. If there's a need, I'll apply for special permission from General Ji. Gu Nianji perked up. There's really something you need my help with? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door and got into the car. He said, Little Zay told me about what he asked you to investigate. But I still think there's a problem. It's just that we haven't found anything yet. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone. He asked Fan Jian to drive to the Senate building. Gu Nianji stared at her phone and thought about what Hua Xiaoheng had just said. She was very unconvinced. Did Hua Xiaoheng say that to question the program she had written? Or was there another reason? Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore. She contacted Zhao Liangze and asked him what was going on. Zhao Liangze heard that Hua Xiaoheng had already relented and was going to apply for special permission from General Ji to allow Gu Nianji to join, so he told her more information. That's it. Hua Xiao said that either there's a problem with the surveillance software or the computer. Gu Nianji had actually been thinking about the source code that Zhao Liangze had asked her to investigate from last night until noon. But she had never imagined that this was the reason Hua Xiaoheng had asked them to investigate the bug. Then if it's a problem with the computer, then we're in big trouble. Gu Nianji was restless in her room. Even the reason for the blogger's death was second to her. That's right. I'm worried to death too. Zhao Liangze pounded the computer table. If I find out which bastard set us up, I'll cut him into pieces. Brother Zay, mind your manners. Manners. Gu Nianji quickly persuaded him, but she also said, if that day comes, I'll definitely watch from the sidelines and hand you the knife. The two of them laughed. The tension in their hearts was temporarily alleviated. After ending the call with Zhao Liangze, Gu Nianji returned to the computer and began to re-examine the bug detection program she had written. She had only read a few lines of code when her phone rang again. Gu Nianji took it to see that it was He Zhichu calling. Gu Nianji quickly put on her Bluetooth headset and typed as she spoke to He Zhichu. Hello, Professor He. He Zhichu also put on his Bluetooth headset and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He stood in his apartment and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. He asked, "Nianji, you didn't go to work at the Senate?" Gu Nianji grunted. "I was injured, so I have to rest." "You've been injured again." He Jichu's voice was very gentle, but there was a trace of impatience and ruthlessness in his tone. It was almost transmitted through the phone's waves. Gu Nianji's hand slowed down and she smiled. "You know." He Jichu actually knew about what had happened at the Senate Secretariat. Gu Nianji thought that for her own safety, He Jichu would do no less than Hua Xiaoheng. "Of course. By the way, I've already sent a lawyer's letter to Kai Xingnan as your representative lawyer. I want her to be held criminally responsible for your personal injury." He then asked Gu Nianji, "Is your ear wound better?" Gu Nianji raised a brow. "You contacted Brother Qin?" He Jichu was silent. Although he was a bit reluctant, he still nodded. "Yes. I heard from Big Xiong that you came to the base, so I figured Hua Xiaoheng would take you to see a doctor." Chen Lai was the only doctor Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu trusted to treat Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was grateful and happy. Twirling the pen in her hand, her voice became much lighter. "But Professor He, I also slapped her. What if she sues me?" "Nianji, you've only graduated a few days ago and you've already forgotten." He Jichu snorted. "To file a criminal injury case, we need a medical examiner to examine the injury. Your torn ear can be considered a minor injury to file a case. As for the slap, if you ask her to see a medical examiner, I don't think any medical examiner would consider a slap as a criminal injury. At most, she'll file a civil lawsuit." Gu Nianji smiled. "Thank you for your advice, Professor He. Without you, I would have been bullied by Kai Xingnan, don't flatter me." He Jichu shook his head with a smile. "Oh right, are you busy today? Let's have dinner together. I haven't seen you in a few days." Gu Nianji looked at her computer and said tactfully, "Professor He, I'm busy." With such an interesting computer problem unsolved, Gu Nianji had no appetite to eat or drink. He Jichu was speechless. "Busy with what? Don't tell me it's about the Senate Secretariat." He Jichu completely disliked the Senate. But because of Gu Nianji's insistence, He Jichu didn't object to her wanting to go to the Senate. "No." Gu Nianji shook her head. "It's a computer program. I ran it all night last night and couldn't find any bugs. But someone told me that if it's not a problem with the program, then it's a computer problem. But I just don't understand. A computer problem should be a hardware problem, and a program problem should be a software problem. How can the two be lumped together?" He Jichu was speechless. After a while, he rubbed his forehead and asked nonchalantly, "Is this important to you?" "Of course it's important. As a self-proclaimed computer genius, I can't stand that there are things I don't know." Gu Nianji said proudly and slammed the keyboard. He Jichu was amused by her childish behavior and said, "What kind of program is it that you're so worried about? Can you let me see it?" "Professor He, do you know about it too?" Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't send it to He Jichu because this was a mission from the Special Operations Forces. He Jichu couldn't touch it. "You're looking down on me." He Jichu raised his eyebrows and sat down against the windowsill. He said dryly, "Fine, you don't have to send me the program. Just tell me what kind of problem it is. Maybe I can help you find the right way to solve it." "Is that so?" Gu Nianji tilted her head and thought about it. She reorganized her words and explained the software's problems and contradictions to He Jichu. He Jichu listened quietly and thought it was as he expected. This chapter had 4,700 words and 2 chapters in one, including the monthly votes of 2,100 plus chapters. Let me remind you of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7:00 at night. P.S. Thank you to the space lazy pig for the 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Chapter 1032. Professor He, that's how it is. I spent the whole night on the computer and still couldn't find anything. Gu Nianji was a bit depressed. She had never encountered this kind of situation before. He Jichu coughed lightly and said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with the programming language Prologue? Prologue. Programming and logic. Gu Nianji quickly responded, I know, but this programming language isn't widely used. It's still in the experimental stage. Then do you know why it isn't widely used? He Jichu seemed to be teaching Gu Nianji a class to enlighten her. Prologue, also known as programming in logic, as the name implies, is a programming language based on logic theory. It's also a type of intelligent program. Current computer hardware is limited and can't support the large-scale use of this programming language, so the actual use is basically zero. Right, then what's the difference between it and normal programming languages? He Jichu looked up at the bright sunshine outside the window and squinted. Oh, is Professor He testing me? Aren't you known as a genius computer expert? Let me see how well you've mastered the basics. He Jichu smiled faintly and lowered the curtains with his long, clean fingers. He walked to his desk and sat down to turn on the computer. Gu Nianji giggled and said, okay, that's how I understand it. In normal programming languages, the programmer is the absolute leader. The lines of his code are clear and are all instructions to the computer. However, a logic programming language like Prologue sets logical rules for the computer and then allows the computer to determine how to proceed to the next step of the program based on the logic rules. For example, using a normal programming language for the computer to calculate a formula, the programmer teaches the computer to first multiply and divide, then add and subtract. The computer calculates strictly according to the calculation sequence set by the programmer. From this perspective, the computer executes the programmer's orders and will never make a mistake. The only thing that makes a mistake is the programmer writing the wrong program. However, a logic programming language like Prologue uses logical rules to process data. It's not as simple as adding and subtracting, then multiplying and dividing. The simplest logical relationship is like this. First set Little Red as a human, and Little Lee is also a human, and the two of them like each other. Then give the judgment rule, people who like each other are friends. Then when you input Little Red likes Little Lee, and Little Lee likes Little Red, the computer will conclude that they are friends. Then proceed to the next step of reasoning based on the relationship between friends. He Jichu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. That's the principle. However, this was the most basic description. Do you program in Prologue? Gu Nianji thought about it, then shook her head and said, I've tried a few times, but I haven't done a systematic large-scale programming process. She had learned the most practical hacking techniques from Zhao Liangzi, which meant that she had studied the most widely used programs and had a thorough understanding of them. To put it bluntly, the essence of a hacker was the ability to crack. The most powerful hacker could crack all programs. As for the intelligent programming language, there was basically no practical use, so there was no need to crack it. Therefore, Gu Nianji's understanding of this aspect was relatively shallow. That's too bad. If you have the chance, use Prologue more often. Some problems won't be problems anymore, He Jichu reminded her subtly. Gu Nianji didn't understand what He Jichu was implying. She shrugged and said nonchalantly, but AI programming is closely related to computer artificial intelligence. Before artificial intelligence makes a breakthrough, these AI programming languages can only be used on a small scale. Why should we spend time on this? When artificial intelligence becomes popular, it won't be too late for me to research how to crack it. He Jichu shook his head disapprovingly. Nianji, as far as I know, this kind of AI programming language is already a semi-finished product in some countries' military laboratories. Do you know what it means to be a semi-finished product in the military? Gu Nianji was instantly stumped. He Jichu's status meant that Gu Nianji couldn't ignore anything he said. Gu Nianji suddenly realized something. She thought of the programming language prologue that He Jichu had just mentioned. Although she only had a superficial understanding of it, this superficial understanding included the core rules of this intelligent programming language. He Jichu's hint also seemed to open the door to a new world in front of Gu Nianji. She stared fixedly at the source code that she had been studying all morning on the computer and seemed to understand something. Nianji. He Jichu didn't hear Gu Nianji speak for a long time, so he called her worriedly. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and said happily, "Professor He, you're amazing. I think I already found the problem. I'm sorry, I have to find the bug. When I find the bug, I'll treat Professor He to a meal." Really? Don't try to fool me. A faint smile appeared on He Jichu's cold and aloof face. The smile was light and shallow, like the tiny ripples caused by scattered rain falling into a clear blue lake in spring. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. "I won't go back on my word. If I go back on my word, I'll grow into a big fat man." TSK, you're so hard on yourself. Even I'm afraid of you. He Jichu teased her briefly before hanging up. Looking at the computer in front of him, He Jichu thought for a moment and opened an infrequently used program. After Gu Nianji hung up, she stared at the computer screen for a full half an hour. She sat there motionlessly, like a clay statue. In fact, her mind was racing, thinking about how to use the intelligent logic programming language, Prolog, and how to crack this intelligent logic programming language. However, the first step to cracking it was detection. He Jichu's words gave Gu Nianji a new idea. What would happen if a normal program was mixed with Prolog or a programming language similar to Prolog? Could the bug that she and Zhao Liangzi couldn't find be related to the intelligent programming language Prolog? After another half an hour, Gu Nianji finally thought it all through. She picked up the mouse, opened her programming notebook, and began writing a program. This time, she modified her bug detection program to treat the intelligent programming language as a type of bug to search for. The basis of the search was that any source code that ran with logical settings was a bug. That was because normal programming languages never use logical settings to write source code. After the modification, she rechecked the source code that Zhao Liangzi gave her. This time, Gu Nianji didn't sleep. She sat in front of the computer the entire time and watched her program run and search without blinking. She had to admit that the source code of the monitoring software that Zhao Liangzi gave her was truly amazing. Fortunately, the computer in her official residence was more powerful, so she could perform such high-load calculations and tests. Even so, it took her almost 12 hours to complete the entire test. She had her lunch and supper in her bedroom. For a whole 12 hours, Gu Nianji didn't leave the house. Other than going to the door to get lunch and dinner from the orderlies, she barely left the computer. At 11:00 at night, her program finally chimed with a successful completion. She had never been so happy to see a big "done" appear on the computer screen. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh of relief. She clicked on the program's error report and saw a few lines of instructions in the previously empty error check report. She instantly smiled. She had checked the program all night last night, but couldn't find a single error. There was nothing in the error report, but Gu Nianji wasn't happy at all. Now that she saw that there was a real error in the error report, she was overjoyed and speechless. Gu Nianji read the error check report excitedly. The more she read, the more excited she became. F***CK. You can do that. You can actually set up a recursion program based on Prolog's intelligent logic programming language in a normal programming language. This is like inserting a Chinibu into a group of idiots who do one action at a time and secretly giving orders to the idiots. Gunyenji's heart surged and she couldn't take it all in. It was as if in the source code that only knew how to say 1 is 1, say 2 is 2, there was suddenly an additional code that told them that when 1 appeared, they could stay where they were, and when 2 appeared, they could return to 1. If it was neither 1 nor 2, then they would follow the original instructions. This was setting up a dead logic program between the established 1 and 2 situations. The key was using intelligent logic programming as a foundation, so this dead logic wouldn't become an endless loop of a virus program, so it wouldn't be discovered by the user of the software. That's amazing. Who's such a genius? Gunyenji couldn't care less about the middle of the night. She called Hijichu excitedly. Professor He. I found a bug. Someone really mixed a few lines of prologue instructions into a normal programming language. Professor He, you're amazing. You're the genius. You're a real computer expert. Hijichu had just fallen asleep and was woken up by Gunyenji's call. He wasn't angry and smiled faintly. It's my honor to be praised by a computer expert. Gunyenji smiled happily. Professor He, you're too humble. This problem stumped many of us. I didn't expect you to see the essence of the problem so quickly. I want to ask you, how did you know this was the reason? You seem to be very proficient with computers. Hijichu's eyes flashed. He said calmly, I'm also standing on the shoulders of giants. I once sponsored a country's military laboratory and saw them do this kind of testing. Oh. Got it. Gunyenji knew which country Hijichu was talking about. She closed her eyes tacitly. It looks like we still have a long way to go to catch up, not long either. Hijichu leisurely leaned against the bed. Actually, you said that someone suggested this problem was either a computer problem or a software problem. You've already pointed out the core of the problem. I believe that person will be able to figure out the crux of the problem as long as they think about it for a while. This was because only intelligent programming languages could truly drive hardware to serve software. Gunyenji suddenly felt honored. Her huashao was just that awesome. This was the third update of 3,100 words. It was also a big chapter. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The first update in the morning had 2 updates in one, so this was the third update. There's no problem 2333333. Chapter 1033. However, Gunyenji had to admit that Hijichu, who was able to figure out the problem after hearing a few sentences, seemed to be a little more impressive. Gunyenji finished praising Huashaohing in her heart and said to Hijichu, but I have to admit, Professor He, you're still the best in this area. You're also so good at computers, so why did you study law? You should be a computer engineer and start your own business. With you around, Google, Chengdu, Amazon, Twitter, Facebook, and Weibo will all be defeated. Hijichu pursed his lips and chuckled. You have a lot of confidence in me. Of course, you're my mentor. If I don't have confidence in my mentor, wouldn't I be asking for it? Perhaps Gunyenji hadn't realized it herself, but Hijichu had already noticed that Gunyenji was becoming more and more natural when talking to him. She was becoming more and more like her childhood self. In this world, only Hijichu knew how Gunyenji had grown from a timid, autistic little girl who didn't even dare to speak to him, to a little girl who had no scruples in front of him. She was even bold and daring, a little girl who would directly confront him at the slightest disagreement. Although it had only been 6 years, those 6 years had established Gunyenji's true personality and way of dealing with people. Now, she was only gradually returning to the person she was 7 years ago, when she had just left him. That was his Nyenji. He would never forget the way she looked like. Hijichu's hands clenched into tight fists and hung by his side. He resisted the urge to lock her by his side and never let go of her. She wouldn't like it. She wouldn't be happy. She wouldn't be willing. He Ji-chu could only silently repeat those 3 sentences to himself to calm himself down. Thank you for your confidence in me, but my interest isn't in computers. And like I said, I'm only standing on the shoulders of giants. A certain country's military laboratory has already reached the semi-finished stage of using this programming language. I think some of you will be very interested in this information. He Ji-chu spoke casually, as if he didn't know how valuable his words were. Gu Nianji knew, and she was extremely grateful. Professor He, I understand. We'll work hard. But Professor He, won't you get into trouble by saying this? He Ji-chu had multiple nationalities, one of which was American. He Ji-chu relaxed and laid lazily on the bed. You're overthinking it. I didn't say anything. As for the prologue programming language that I mentioned just now, there are a lot of popular science on the internet. They are all the most basic things. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Whether they were smart or not depended on whose comprehension and creativity were stronger. Gu Nianji smiled knowingly and nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Professor He. Alright, I won't disturb your rest. Wait for my news, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Okay, I'll be waiting. He Ji-chu hung up and turned off the lights, sinking into the darkness of the night. After calling He Ji-chu, Gu Nianji immediately called Zhao Liangze. Brother Zhe. What are you doing? Gu Nianji's voice was filled with joy. Even through the phone line, Zhao Liangze could hear it clearly. I'm working. What else could I be doing? Zhao Liangze looked at the time. You should be asleep at this hour, right? Zhao Liangze was in a 6-hour time zone away from Gu Nianji. It was 1 in the morning for Gu Nianji, and 7 at night for Zhao Liangze. Gu Nianji giggled and suddenly said, Brother Zhe, I found the bug in the source code. I'm going to report it to Huashao now. Bye. She blocked Zhao Liangze's number and began calling Huashaoheng. Zhao Liangze was dumbfounded. Gu Nianji found the bug. Gu Nianji found the bug in the source code. The bug that he couldn't find even after spending an entire day. Nianji. Nianji. Zhao Liangze was so anxious that he immediately called Gu Nianji to find out what was going on. However, he couldn't get through to Gu Nianji anymore. She did it on purpose. This girl did it on purpose. Zhao Liangze was hopping mad in his thatched hut on an island off the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, but that didn't stop Gu Nianji from communicating with Huashaoheng. At this time, Huashaoheng was still in the temporary command room of the Senate building. He was personally inspecting the connection systems between the various networks and the central control room. Ever since he had doubts about the surveillance software, Huashaoheng also had doubts about the central control room surveillance of the election. He couldn't explain the reason, but he sensed that something was wrong. Huashaoheng's intuition for mistakes and danger was cultivated from over a decade of risking his life and countless imminent crises. He had been inspecting for a full 12 hours, but still found nothing. Another election was coming soon. How could he guarantee that the voting for the election this time would be fair and just? Huashaoheng's brows furrowed slightly as he continuously entered commands to conduct random inspections of the various surveillance systems. From the looks of it, there was indeed no problem at all. However, he also vaguely felt that the problem was not far from him. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Just when Huashaoheng felt that he had reached a dead end, Gu Nianji's call came. The clear ringtone was like an epiphany that woke Huashaoheng up completely. He accepted Gu Nianji's call and spoke to her through his Bluetooth headset. Nianji. It's already so late. You're still awake. Gu Nianji quickly replied, Huashao, where are you? I'm still in the Senate building. What's wrong? Huashaoheng remained calm. Yin Shixiang and the staff of the Special Operations Forces were beside him. He looked very serious. Is it convenient to talk? Although Gu Nianji tried to remain calm, Hu Xiaoheng knew her so well that he quickly heard the urgency in her voice. Yeah, go ahead. Hu Xiaoheng's hand paused. I'm wearing my headset. Gu Nianji took a deep breath, then said in one breath, Hu Xiaoheng, I found the problem with that piece of source code. Someone mixed a piece of intelligent logic programming language into your normal programming language. It can perform logical analysis on existing programs and even perform secondary programming. Her voice was crisp, and her words were as fast and urgent as frying beans. They were like pearls of different sizes falling onto a jade plate. Whether it was her voice or the content of her words, they were like music to Hu Xiaoheng's ears. He suddenly stopped typing on the keyboard and remained motionless for a full minute before asking hoarsely, Nianji, repeat what you just said. Speak slowly. Gu Nianji coughed and emphasized each word. Your source code was implanted with an intelligent logic programming language. It can perform logical analysis on existing programs and even perform secondary programming. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes. Everything he didn't understand suddenly became clear. He was wondering why the surveillance software gave him such a strange feeling. If that was the case, then it completely explained the contradictions and inconsistencies. Hu Xiaoheng only thought about it for a second before immediately making a decision. Nianji, I'll come back immediately to take you to the central control room. Although it was already early in the morning, Gu Nianji couldn't sleep at all. She couldn't wait for the opportunity to verify her findings. Okay. Hu Xiao, come back quickly. I'll wait for you. Gu Nianji hung up and immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. After showering and changing into clothes, she heard the sound of someone opening the door. She opened the bedroom door and saw Hu Xiaoheng striding in his military uniform. When he saw her, he extended his hand to her from afar. Come with me. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to put her hand in his and walk with him to the central control room. It was the core of the entire empire. Countless secrets were kept there. Gu Nianji was so nervous that her palms were sweaty. Hu Xiaoheng's large hand was warm and dry. He held her firmly in his palm and brought her into his world. When they arrived at the central control room, Hu Xiaoheng didn't say much. He let Gu Nianji sit in front of the console. Tell me, how did you discover it? Gu Nianji composed herself and brought up her little program. Then, she directly scanned the entire surveillance software. The computer in the central control room was the super system. Gu Nianji used to think that the computer in her bedroom was powerful enough, but in front of this supercomputer, her computer was instantly destroyed. It only took 5 minutes for the entire surveillance software to finish scanning. Gu Nianji had previously used her own computer to scan only half of the surveillance software, and it had taken her 12 hours. However, computers were infuriating when compared to computers. Gu Nianji looked at the error report generated after the scan was completed and said in surprise, there are 2 more lines of instructions than I found. Hu Xiaoheng printed out the error check report and read it in his hand. He said calmly, you only checked 1/3 of the source code of this surveillance software. Of course, there are fewer errors. Now that he had checked the entire surveillance software, he only found 2 more lines of instructions. Hu Xiao, you don't have to worry too much. Look, the intelligent programming program only has 4 lines. There's a limit to what it can do. Gu Nianji tried her best to comfort Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng sat down beside her and said in a low voice, that's because our hardware standards are limited. Otherwise, these 4 lines of instructions can generate countless instructions. Look at this. Hu Xiaoheng drew a circle with a marker pen. Gu Nianji looked at it and suddenly felt ashamed. She didn't expect that these 4 lines of instructions were powerful enough. When it had the ability to program again, it meant countless possibilities. To be honest, she was really thankful that human hardware standards weren't high. Otherwise, the development of machine intelligence would only bring about more uncontrollable consequences. Hua Xiao, what should we do? Did it affect you in any way? Gu Nianji asked nervously, if we delete these 4 lines of instructions, will it affect the operation of your surveillance software? Hua Xiaoheng sat over. Let me try, counter-programming. I want to see where it hides the real surveillance data. This chapter. It was 3:00 today. Remind my friends for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon. At 7:00 in the evening, the third watch. P.S. The plot is going to be on a roller coaster again. Friends, fasten your seatbelts. Chapter 1034. Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of the central control room's supercomputer console and calmly typed in his highest level of authority. This kind of command allowed him to have the possibility of counter-programming. In the brightly lit control room, the embedded lights on the roof gradually dimmed. The display screen that occupied all 4 walls flashed with blue light. Countless instructions flashed past quickly, bringing with them rays of blue light. Although Hua Xiaoheng was the only one doing the counter-programming, he couldn't work alone in the face of such a huge system. Because the central control room shouldered too many responsibilities, it couldn't stop operations because of an accident. As he counter-programmed, the other staff in the central control room also entered a state of alert. Area 1 alert complete, all normal. Area 2 alert complete, all normal. Area 3 alert complete, the target source has been identified. Area 4 alert complete, all normal. Area 27 alert complete, all normal. The entire Huaxia Empire was divided into a total of 27 districts. One after another, reports echoed in the central control room. Everyone's expression was solemn as they sat in front of their terminals and stared at their own territory. Gu Nianji was infected by the atmosphere and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She sat straight next to Hua Xiaoheng, exactly like a soldier. Hua Xiaoheng was completely immersed in this powerful challenge. Ever since he joined the army, this was the second time he encountered a challenge that made his heart beat faster. As for who would emerge victorious, it would be clear very soon. Fortunately, Gu Nianji had already caught the culprit in the surveillance software. After Hua Xiaoheng thoroughly understood the 4 lines of command, he began counter-programming. Counter-programming was to restore a ready-made execution language to source code. It was like stripping off a fancily dressed man and revealing his true face. Gu Nianji didn't know if this was Hua Xiaoheng's first time using an intelligent logic language like Prolog to counter-program, but judging by the speed at which his fingers typed, he must have dabbled in it. She breathed a sigh of relief as her eyes followed Hua Xiaoheng's commands on the display screen. Watching Hua Xiaoheng restore the 4 lines of command step by step with high intensity and remove the malicious command planted by the other party, Gu Nianji's relaxed heart tensed up again. Because those 4 lines of instructions were intelligent programming, the other party seemed to have taken precautions against this kind of counter-programming. Every time he unraveled a step and restored a line of source code, the AI program would immediately send out another command. It was like he was playing hide-and-seek, slippery and slippery, dodging his hand again and again. Hua Xiaoheng didn't give up. Instead, he kept his composure and pursed his lips into a firm smile. His deep eyes sparkled, and they were even more alluring than the blue light on the screen. Gu Nianji's gaze involuntarily landed on Hua Xiaoheng. She had seen many versions of Hua Xiaoheng. He had the unparalleled heroism of repelling the enemy with a single spear strike on the battlefield. She had the valiant and heroic bearing of sparring with the crowd of heroes in the arena. There was also the tenderness of being strict and spoiling to her in life. But she had never seen Hua Xiaoheng as intelligent as he was now. He was so good that Gu Nianji couldn't help wanting to become even better. In order to match him, in order to be able to stand together with him and not be a burden to him. True love makes us want to be a better version of ourselves. Regardless of whether it will come to fruition or not, we will be grateful that such a sincere relationship has appeared in our lives. At that moment, Gu Nianji knew that her heart would no longer waver and she would no longer retreat. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng quietly, not letting go of any change in expression on his face. Not long after, she suddenly noticed that fine beads of sweat had appeared on Hu Xiaoheng's forehead. Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the counter-programming wasn't going smoothly? Gu Nianji's gaze moved to the screen. She saw that the screen that had been full of instructions earlier was now all garbled. What's going on? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she asked softly, is there any trouble? Hu Xiaoheng grunted and lowered his voice to say. Not only does the other party have the ability to reprogram, but this is also a phishing program. Gu Nianji's vision darkened, and she almost fainted. Phishing. Did we fall for a trap? Gu Nianji blamed herself. Was she the one who caused trouble? Hu Xiaoheng seemed to know what she was thinking and immediately said, it's not your fault. You did us a great service by finding the culprit in time. If it weren't for you, our losses would be incalculable. It was probably similar to the time when the German Federal Intelligence Agency encountered Gu Nianji. The difference was that Gu Nianji was a living, highly intelligent person at that time, while they were only facing 4 lines of intelligent commands now. It hadn't developed to the point of no return yet. However, these words didn't appease Gu Nianji. She became even more uneasy. What exactly happened? When I was counter-programming, the other parties seemed to have predicted that we would counter-program after discovering it. Therefore, as soon as the counter-programming started, the intelligent commands they implanted sent a warning to its owner. At the same time, in a secret U.S. military laboratory on the other side of the ocean, an alarm suddenly rang loudly. It sounded like there was an enemy invasion, and the entire base began to ring. Countless uniformed personnel put down their work at hand and ran to their own alert positions. In the secret laboratory in the center of the entire base, researchers wearing white lab coats over their military uniforms were nervously looking at the computer. Their hands and mouths cooperated as they continuously issued commands. Son of bitch. We've been discovered. Mayday mayday. Quick. Attack now. The other party is counter-programming. The hidden programs we implanted took the opportunity to open a back door. This is our only chance. Counter-programming will take up most of the functions of the other party's mainframe. This is the moment when the entire system's defenses are at their lowest. Fuck. For the rest of my life. I can finally enter the Huaxia Empire's most mysterious intranet. In the secret laboratory, each and every one of the smart and capable researchers in military uniforms was fully focused. As if on steroids, they threw themselves into a frenzied attack on the Huaxia Empire's network. The focus of their attack was located at the terminal of all the Huaxia Empire's network and electronic control systems, the central control room of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Report. District 1 is in emergency. Report. District 2 is in emergency. Report. District 3 has fallen. Report. District 4. In the Huaxia Empire's central control room, the atmosphere went from solemn to tense, and finally to panic. This was the first time they had encountered such a large-scale network attack. Because they had already been implanted with a guide party in the internal system, the other party's attack was fierce. They tore through the protective wall in one fell swoop and pounced on their core area. Chief! We can't hold on much longer. The faces of the staff in the central control room were ashen. Although they hadn't given up on their final effort, seeing the areas they were guarding being attacked one by one, each of them felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They wanted nothing more than to pick up their guns and directly rush into the network to fight these bastards. What are you panicking for? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was low. Stabilize your position. Don't panic. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who was already halfway through the counter-programming, then looked up at the wall formed by the large display screens around her. Blue dots appeared on them, and they were slowly connecting into one. Gu Nianji knew that in here, the blue dots represented the enemy, and the red dots represented herself. Now the blue side was about to divide and surround the red side and break through them one by one. No, she couldn't let them attack just like that. Gu Nianji had broken through the German Federal Intelligence Agency herself, so she knew the consequences and harm of doing so. Now it was her own country's turn. She couldn't accept it at all. If they broke through, it would mean that she was inferior to the enemy, and it would mean that she would return to the humiliating era of being slaughtered and enslaved. She watched as the blue dots continuously flashed on the display screens, and the red dots were gradually surrounded and devoured. Blood surged in her chest, and she finally stood up and volunteered. Hua Xiao, let me help you. Stop them. She clenched her fists, and there was a calmness and seriousness on her pretty little face that wasn't there in the past. Her imposing manner was awe-inspiring, and she had a valiant spirit that didn't fear death. She had the same temperament as the soldiers in the central control room. Hua Xiaoheng had no other choice at this time. If Zhao Liangzi was still here, Gu Nianji wouldn't have a chance to go up. But with so many surprises today, he had no other choice. Okay, Gu Nianji, your code name. Before Hua Xiaoheng could finish, Gu Nianji already said in a low voice, Pink Piggy. Pink Piggy is my code name. The originally tense central control room fell silent for a moment because of Gu Nianji's words. Then, there was a sudden burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers. Pink Piggy. Nianji is the Pink Piggy. The great little piggy. Please accept my knee. Don't you want my knee? Can't I give it to you? A man kneels when he says so. Someone even whistled. It was the Pink Piggy. How many people in the computer industry hadn't heard of the famous Pink Piggy from last year? She single-handedly defeated the entire German Federal Intelligence Service and wrote a supreme legend in the hacker world. Even in the Huaxia Empire, only a handful of people knew that Gu Nianji was the Pink Piggy. She wasn't someone who liked to be in the limelight, and this code name not only meant supreme honor but also endless trouble. She would only say it if she had nothing better to do. But Gu Nianji said it now, not to show that she was very capable, but to give everyone confidence. To let the staff, who had already been beaten senseless, know that they still had strength. We haven't lost yet. The atmosphere in the entire central control room changed. Everyone looked at the approaching blue dots, no longer afraid or panicking. Instead, they were more calm. Now that they looked at the blue dots again, it was like they had seen prey walking into a trap. Come on, Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for you here. Gu Nianji sat in front of the console next to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng immediately gave her the highest authority. The two of them didn't say much and only exchanged a look of encouragement. Hua Xiaoheng shook her hand. Good luck. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. The second update of 100,000 Chidian coins for the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, July, has arrived. It was the third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 1035. Gu Nianji gripped Hua Xiaoheng's hand tightly and said calmly, just focus on counter-programming. I'll block these attacks for you. I'll block for you as long as you need. Hua Xiaoheng looked deeply at Gu Nianji. Together. Together. Gu Nianji put on her Bluetooth headset and greeted the staff in the central control room to take over command. All parties, listen to my orders. You guys continue to fight the blue side. I'll break into the external network and compete with them as a civilian hacker. Gu Nianji put on her Bluetooth headset that could change her voice and quickly entered the network system. As she keyed in a series of commands into the system, Gu Nianji gradually saw another world, another network world composed of data and logic. In this world, you couldn't tell if the other party was a human or a machine. It didn't matter who issued each command, whether it was a human or a machine. What was important was who these commands served and where they were taking us. Just as the blue side was frantically attacking the Huaxia Empire's network and taking down one node after another, a powerful force suddenly rose silently from the territory they occupied. Gu Nianji first entered the third zone that the blue side had taken down. She unexpectedly discovered that other than the resistance from the cabinet and the military, there was also a civilian hacker alliance. These people might just be ordinary programmers, students, managers, or employees in real life, but because of their interest in the internet, their familiarity with computers, and their love for the country, when they discovered that the country's network system was under external attack, they spontaneously organized themselves to fight against the external attack. Gu Nianji immediately realized their power. Although ants were small, they had the advantage in numbers and could also attack an elephant. Gu Nianji had an idea. Her hands flew across the keyboard as she typed out commands one after another to make the network work for her. First, she chose to fight the blue side's most arrogant Skull Society head-on. She wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength and issue a warning. The Skull Society's attack wasn't very clever, and their repeated mass mailing method was actually very primitive. Gu Nianji quickly repelled the Skull Society's attack and followed up with another attack. She followed the enemy's attack route and broke the Skull Society's backdoor program in one fell swoop. Then, she released her target, a round and tender pink piglet with a small circle of tail. Pink Piglet. It's Pink Piglet. The pink piggy is here. It's as urgent as a command. The pink piggy has arrived. Evil spirits, retreat. The laughter and cheers from the internet could practically be heard with one's ears. The Civil Hacker Alliance, who were relentless despite being beaten back by the blue team, immediately followed the signal Gu Nianji released and hacked into the Skull and Bones Society's internet. The Skull and Bones Society was one of the code names used by the U.S. military's secret laboratory, just like Gu Nianji's Pink Piggy. The difference was that everyone knew that the Skull and Bones Society was one of the code names of the U.S. military, but there was no concrete evidence that the Pink Piggy was one of the code names of the Huaxia Empire's military. Half a year ago, it appeared in the night sky for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. Although many people suspected that this person was a member of the Huaxia Imperial Military, no one had concrete evidence. This time, the Pink Piggy had returned to the scene and was still fighting for the Huaxia Empire. However, she was fighting with the Civilian Hacker Alliance and seemed to be distancing herself from the military personnel. They didn't cooperate with each other. In fact, Gu Nianji's operation was more appropriate to cooperate with the Civil Hacker Alliance. When she appeared on the internet, she used a civilian IP. Unless you were in the central control room, it was impossible to find out if her IP was really a civilian IP. At this time, the US had yet to break into the Huaxia Empire's central control room, so they could only be suspicious. When Gu Nianji flashed her trademark, Pink Piggy logo, hackers all over the world went wild. They practically rushed to tell each other that the Pink Piggy had returned after disappearing for half a year. All eyes were on the smokeless war that was taking place on the Huaxia Empire's internet. Hackers in the third zone, don't be discouraged. I'll give you a set of codes. You can attack the other party's terminal once every 5 minutes and forcibly occupy all of their network bandwidth. Gu Nianji used the voice-changing microphone to contact the Hacker Alliance in the third zone. Gradually, more and more people joined them. Whether they were hackers or not, as long as they knew how to use a computer and use DOS to send commands, they all joined. There was strength in numbers. At this time, the power of a group finally showed itself. When many spontaneous hackers helped attack the terminal network of the U.S. secret laboratory, Gu Nianji hid herself and tried to use Prologue to imitate the other party's 4 lines of commands to write a string of codes. She snuck in through the back door of the Skull and Bones Society and wandered around the other party's intranet. Her program wasn't considered mature, and the other party's understanding of intelligent programming was more mature than theirs. Soon, she was discovered. Before Gu Nianji was intercepted, she calmly released her Pink Piggy logo again and took a screenshot as a souvenir. She posted it on a forum where hackers gathered. Brothers and sisters, do you want to wander around the Skull and Bones Society in the United States? Gu Nianji posted the other party's backdoor port and cracked password on the forum. This news caused a huge uproar on the World Hacker Forum. The backdoor port and cracked password of the Skull and Bones Society. How many people were willing to pay a lot of money to get it? To think that the Pink Piggy would hand it over so easily. This opportunity was too rare. Everyone knew that since the backdoor port and cracked password had been made public, the Skull and Bones Society would definitely change the password as soon as they found out. Therefore, they only had a very short time gap to take advantage of. Therefore, without another word, everyone launched an all-out attack on the backdoor of the U.S. military's Skull and Bones Society. The volume and quality of the attack this time was not something the Civil Hacker Alliance of the Xia Empire's 3 districts could compare to. The United States constantly attacked other countries' network systems and searched for loopholes in their networks. Similarly, other countries were also very interested in the United States network systems and loopholes. This kind of competition had never stopped. When the staff of the U.S. military's secret laboratory discovered that their network was suddenly congested, and it was very difficult to send out a simple command, they finally realized that there was a problem. The Pink Piggy appeared again. He's actually in the Xia Empire. I said last time that the Pink Piggy should be a Xia Empire insider, but you still didn't believe me. Don't you see who's benefiting the most? It's true that this Pink Piggy is a Xia Empire insider, but the problem is whether he's a government, military, or civilian. This is the key. What? If he's a civilian, do you still want to recruit him? Of course. The person in charge of the U.S. military's secret laboratory had an arrogant expression. I'm not targeting anyone, but compared to the Pink Piggy, everyone here is trash. Everyone looked at their leader with a King dog expression. How could he say that to his subordinates? Fuck. I can't tolerate this. Let's fight it out with him. The agitated staff of the military laboratory once again threw themselves into a frenzied attack on the Xia Empire. But this time, Gu Nianji had already bought Hu Shaoheng valuable time. Hu Shaoheng finally cut off the logical link between the 4 lines of commands and turned it from an intelligent program that could perform logical analysis and secondary programming to an ordinary source code. After stripping away the program, the intelligent system could see what the source code behind it was doing. Hu Shaoheng nervously browsed through the source code. At the same time, according to the source code, he searched the system for what the 4 commands had done, hidden data, and misdirected directions. At that time, Gu Nianji had already wandered around all 27 districts of the Xia Empire and returned. Gu Nianji had an idea after understanding the situation of the blue dots attacking and even capturing the districts. Her slender fingers fluttered like the wings of a butterfly as she quickly typed out commands. Starting from the first zone, she set up obstacles for the invading blue dots. She killed them one by one, wiping away the traces they left behind without hesitation. Just like her devourer. EXE, every invader could only be used to increase her appetite. What doesn't defeat me will only make me stronger. The secret laboratory on the other side of the ocean had just changed the backdoor port and reset password of the Skull and Bones Society to repel the first wave of attacks. But very quickly, they discovered that after the first wave of attack, they were faced with a second wave that was even heavier. Report. Our data is seriously lost. Report. A devouring program has appeared in District 1 of the Huaxia Empire. Report. Requesting evacuation. Report. Requesting evacuation. If we don't retreat now, we won't be able to get the information we have. The head of the U.S. military's secret laboratory kicked the computer table. F***CK. Pull back. Pull back. Just as the U.S. military was retreating, Guanyanji packaged a piece of information and disguised it with an AI program before placing it in the data collected by the Blue Side's retreating personnel. This small program was called the Trojan Horse program. It was just a small virus program that Guanyanji had randomly grabbed from the internet. It wasn't very useful. It would only destroy the information the U.S. military had obtained from the Huaxia Empire's network and erase all of the enemy's hard drive data. An hour later, the frenzied network attack finally stopped. In the central control room of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, the staff didn't dare to let their guard down. They still nervously watched their own territory and constantly scanned the network with software, worried that the enemy had left behind a time bomb. Guanyanji believed that the best defense was offense, so her strategy perfectly implemented this principle. When you raised a butcher's knife to others, you would also reveal your fatal heart. In the U.S. military's secret laboratory, a laboratory staff wearing a white lab coat over his military uniform wiped his sweat with a tissue and said with lingering fear, "Luckily we retreated early. We gained a lot this time. Come, let's enjoy the most mysterious Huaxia Empire internet system." It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 1036. In the secret laboratory that was decorated in a very modern way, the staff members who had just been busy for an hour all relaxed. They sat uncomfortably in their seats, and almost everyone had a can of Coke as they enjoyed the aftertaste of the battle. Although they hadn't broken through the final fortress of the Special Operations Forces, many nodes of the Huaxia Empire's internet, including the websites of the Special Operations Forces, as well as the websites of the Cabinet and the Senate, had been breached. Now was indeed the time to appreciate their spoils of war. The person in charge of the U.S. military's secret laboratory pressed the Start button happily. Yellow files appeared on the large screen of the secret laboratory one by one. As the images flipped and unzipped, the files appeared in front of them one by one. Just as they were about to open the first file that had been unzipped, the files suddenly exploded like a bomb. It was as if fireworks had suddenly blossomed on their screens, and all the data suddenly became disorderly lines. The edges of the lines flashed with a dark gold light like mocking eyes, twinkling, spinning, rolling, and combining into all kinds of patterns. It really was exactly the same as their 4th of July fireworks party. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. In an instant, everyone in the secret laboratory was stunned. No one spoke for a long time, and the entire room was silent as if it was the end of the world. In the end, the person in charge was the first to react. WTF? What's going on? He roared. Who put this file in? Stop. Don't open any more files. Send all the data you receive to the detection mailbox to filter the virus. A senior engineer suddenly realized something and stared fearfully at the executable program in a file. There's a Trojan horse. A Trojan horse. In ancient Greek legend, the Greeks had never been able to conquer Troy. Later, a Greek commander thought of an idea. He had people build a huge Trojan horse. The belly of the Trojan horse was empty and could hide people. He hid the Greek warriors in the belly of the Trojan horse and placed them outside Troy. The others secretly hid. The long-besieged Troy couldn't see the Greeks anymore. They thought the Greeks had retreated, so they dragged the Trojan horses into the city as spoils of war. At night, when the Trojans were asleep, the Greeks hiding in the Trojan horse's belly took advantage of the night and slaughtered the Trojans, taking over Troy. From then on, the Trojan horse became synonymous with attracting foreign enemies and reaping what one had sown. Gu Nianji had used the same principle to grab the modified Trojan virus at the last minute. When the Americans retreated from the network attack, they had downloaded as much system information and content from the Huaxia Empire's network as possible. Gu Nianji had taken this opportunity to disguise her Trojan horse as critical system information and insert it into their download package. What? Is there a Trojan virus? This person's greeting was still a step too late. When everyone came to their senses, the document had already been executed. It was not an intelligent program. It did not know secondary programming, and it did not know how to hide and lurk. It would only faithfully execute the commands given to it by the programmer, erase all content data. When the people from the secret laboratory retreated, they did not expect that they had brought a huge, wooden horse with them. The computer used to play the system files was connected to the mainframe. At this moment, when countless fireworks were released on the huge screen, their system was collapsing, and their hard drives were wiped out. In less than a second, all the files downloaded from the Huaxia Empire's network had been completely deleted, and it had spread to all the computers connected to the mainframe. Turn off your phone. Forcefully shut down the phone. Oh. No. CHXT. 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 The person in charge of the U.S. secret laboratory grabbed what little hair he had left and roared like he had lost his parents. Turn off all the computers. If you can't turn them off, cut off the power. Cut off the power. I'd rather smash all the computers than let this thing continue to wreak havoc. Have you forgotten the German Federal Intelligence Service? The person in charge's roar finally woke up the dumbfounded staff. They quickly mobilized. Some turned off their phones, some turned off their power, some pulled out their network cables, and some even took hammers and smashed the mainframe. That was because it was too powerful. It was not complicated, nor was it intelligent. It only had one function, and that was to delete. When a simple and clear program was used on a powerful computer, it was as fast as a fish in water. It deleted data in a blink of an eye. It was a perfect example of the word virus. It was practically a lightning-fast infection and data invasion. There was no martial art in the world that could not be defeated by speed. Programs were the same. Therefore, the processing speed of a computer's CPU was the most important data indicator in determining the quality of a computer. But at this time, the faster the CPU, the faster the deletion speed. When they couldn't turn off their phones fast enough to keep up with the speed of the computer being infected, they could only do it the hard way. They smashed the mainframe and physically damaged it to prevent the program from invading the cloud system from the hard drive. That would be the death of them. The circuit system of the laboratory was also affected. The lights on and off, illuminating the postmodernist secret laboratory like it was the end of the world. Countless expensive equipment was destroyed, and the data that they had worked hard for years was also deleted without a trace. It would have been fine if there was a backup, but the problem was that their secret laboratory was the most confidential in the entire United States. This was the backup base for many of the U.S. military servers. They could only watch as the backup base's storage equipment was destroyed and the data was deleted. Just when they were exhausted from smashing the mainframe and thought that they had finally stopped the Trojan horse from running, a bright circle of light suddenly appeared on the large display on the wall. A cute pink piglet walked out of the circle of light, rolled twice towards them, then turned around with its back facing them. It revealed a short tail on its chubby little butt and wagged. Then the circle of light gradually shrank, and the pink and tender piglet disappeared into the circle of light. WTF. It's the pink piglet again. The person in charge of the secret laboratory let out an earth-shattering wail. He completely lost the mood and vigor he had when he wanted to recruit the pink piglet. He rushed out of the laboratory, grabbed the base's phone, and dialed the CIA without thinking. "I want the head of the pink piglet. I want to catch him and bring him to the United States. Bring him to justice. I want to shoot him with my own hands. I want to cut off his skin and make it into a tomcat. I want to hang one in each of your offices." He shouted hysterically, "I don't care what method you use. I want you to catch the pink piglet. Extradite him back to the United States. No matter where he is. No matter where he is. No one has ever. He can take advantage of me without paying the price." The person in charge of the U.S. military's secret laboratory was also a rare genius. He led the U.S. military in many top-secret experiments that could not be made public and provided countless technical support to the U.S. military, the CIA, and the FBI. He was so arrogant that he didn't even bother to use a name. He called himself Mr. X. He didn't have a surname or a given name, only a code name. He loved the United States and swore from the day he joined the U.S. military that he would devote his life to the United States and the U.S. military. In this world, only the United States was the #1 superpower on the blue planet, and he would only allow the United States to be the #1 superpower. Only he could abuse others, and others could not abuse him. If someone abused him, then that person must not exist in this world. He would not allow such a person to exist. On the other end of the phone was the director of the CIA, one of the most powerful people in the United States. When he found out that the military's secret laboratory had suffered a devastating attack, he was both shocked and angry. He slammed the table in anger and stood up. The Huaxia Empire has gone too far. How dare they launch a cyber attack on our country? How shameless! Shame on them. When he said this, he completely disregarded the fact that this cyber war was initiated by his own military's secret laboratory. Because to him, the U.S. military's secret laboratory invading other countries' networks was the U.S. military's daily routine. It was beyond reproach, and other countries needed to respect the U.S. military's daily routine. But to be killed by others was treason and heresy. It violated international law. It violated international morality and standards. It was necessary to launch a war of public opinion around the world and denounce the shameless, hegemonic Huaxia Empire. The director of the CIA put down the phone and immediately called his right-hand man over. "Contact our people immediately and have them do it. Also, call the White House immediately and tell the president that I want to see him immediately and ask him to refrain from tweeting for 24 hours. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon, monthly votes for 2,400 plus watch. At 7:00 in the evening, the third watch. Chapter 1037. It was 2:00 in the afternoon, Eastern Time. The President of the United States was in a heated debate with the media on Twitter. Dear American citizens, our media is a wholesale center for fake news. Please don't believe those fake news, believe my Twitter. P.S. I'm not an American if I don't retweet. I'm proud to be an American. Believe me. I want to make America great again. Just as he was about to send a few more tweets, he heard the landline phone on his desk ring. This was the president's special line. Usually, when a call came in, it was an important matter. The President of the United States reluctantly put away his cell phone, picked up the landline phone, and said, "Hello," lazily. "Mr. President, this is Hillent. Are you free? I need half an hour to inform you of a cyber attack that our country has just suffered." The caller was Major General Hillent, the director of the CIA. The President of the United States suddenly trembled with anger. "What? Say that again. Someone dares to attack my great American network? They're not giving me a way out. Without the internet, there would be no Twitter. How could he continue to be the president? Major General Hillette had long been accustomed to the image of the president as a terminal internet addict, and did not care much. He still said in a businesslike tone, "Mr. President is wise. We will take a series of follow-up measures to crack down on those who dare to violate our American network security." Good. I support you. The President of the United States breathed a sigh of relief. Major General Hillette, I knew you would make a great contribution to making America great again. At this time, Major General Hillette, the director of the CIA, was also unsure if he should say it or not. He took a deep breath and went to the President's Oval Office. "Mr. President, this is a report on a cyber attack that has just occurred. Please take a look." Major General Hillette, the director of the CIA, placed a 500-word report in front of the President. The President of the United States frowned and looked at it, then pointed to the report and said, "I saw the cyber attack here, but what about the damage? Have you evaluated it?" Major General Hillette nodded and took out another 1,000-word report. "Here is the Fixed Asset Loss Assessment Report and Intangible Asset Assessment Report." The two reports were full of numbers. Most people would find it difficult to look at them, but the President of the United States was a successful businessman. He had the best feeling for numbers. Therefore, when he saw the two reports, he became even angrier. He pounded the table and roared, "This is too much. Didn't you say it was a cyber attack? How did we lose so many computers? Do you think I'm stupid? Could he climb over the network cable and smash the computer?" Major General Hillette, the veins on his forehead throbbed. He pushed up the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and said expressionlessly, "Because that place is also our country's largest backup storage base. All of the world's data since the birth of the internet has been backed up there. Of course, apart from the encrypted intranets of various countries. Those encrypted intranets were places that their automatic downloading programs had difficulty accessing, which was one of the reasons they began experimenting with intelligent programming languages. If the intelligent programming language was developed to perfection, they could hand over the task of entering the encrypted intranet to the intelligent program. This time, they had hacked into the Xia Empire's internet using an AI program. Unfortunately, before their AI program was fully developed, it had already been discovered and removed. So what? The President of the United States glared at the director of the CIA. "Why do we have backups of all the world's internet data here? Did you ask them to collect usage fees? Do you think it's free to use our backup data?" Major General Hillette, forget it. He had already given up on treatment. Major General Hillette didn't explain more about security to the President. Instead, he said directly, "Mr. President, this is a very good suggestion. We will consider it. But our problem now is that we were hacked by the Xia Empire and suffered heavy losses. You still haven't explained why you lost so much hardware due to the network intrusion." The President of the United States was a very shrewd businessman and not easy to fool. Major General Hillette explained again, because it was a backup base, the facilities were very tight. From electricity to fire protection, they were all designed for hundreds of years of uninterrupted storage. Therefore, when the Xia Empire's cyber attacks suddenly came, our people had no choice but to use physical destruction to destroy the computers infected by the Trojan virus. Because of the special nature of the backup base, they couldn't shut down all the equipment and could only physically destroy the infected equipment. Of course, the biggest reason was that the person in charge of the secret laboratory didn't expect that the Pink Piggy, who had disappeared for half a year, would suddenly appear and join the Xia Empire's hacker organization to launch an attack on their American network. The most cunning thing was that the Pink Piggy actually disguised the Trojan virus as a system file and was packaged and brought back by them. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit blood. The person in charge, Mr. X, kept complaining that the pink piggy was too cunning and wanted to find him and fight him fair and square. Major General Hillent, however, believed that if the pink piggy couldn't be used by them, they could only make him physically disappear, which meant that he would die. The President of the United States finally understood Major General Hillent's meaning. After a moment of silence, he said, "What do you need me to do?" He finally got it. Major General Hillent almost burst into tears. He hurriedly said, "Mr. President, if our efforts don't work, then we hope that you can directly pressure the Xia imperial government to hand over the pink piggy." The President of the United States raised his hand and agreed without hesitation. "That's no problem. As the President of the United States, this is the effort I should make for America's cybersecurity. If you can't find out who the pink piggy is, I will pressure the Xia imperial government to hand over this person." Major General Hillent was surprised again and blushed a little. He didn't expect that the President, who he thought was extremely unreliable, would actually understand what he meant in an instant. He was thinking that if he couldn't find out the true identity of the pink piggy, then he would directly use force and have the U.S. Department of Foreign Affairs pressure the Xia Empire to hand over the person. But doing so meant that the CIA was incompetent. They couldn't even find a hacker, and they had to have the government step in and use diplomatic pressure to force the other party to hand over the person. It was really a bit embarrassing. Most people wouldn't be able to understand the hidden meaning here. But their Mr. President immediately understood. It should be said that this seemingly unreliable President of the United States was also a dark horse in the election. Other than the voters who voted for him, perhaps even he himself didn't believe that he had really been elected president. However, since he had become president, he would still work hard to complete his work as president and work hard for the great revival of the United States. After Major General Hillent finished discussing the action steps with the president, he was very grateful for the president's support for his work. For the first time, he gave the president a sincere and unperfunctory military salute. The President of the United States noticed the change in the CIA director's attitude and was also overjoyed. He couldn't control his mouth for a moment and said, "Don't worry, if they don't hand over the person, I will attack them on Twitter. I will embarrass them in front of the whole world." Major General Hillent really wanted to take back his good impression of him just now. He closed his eyes and told the President, "Mr. President, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential before diplomatic pressure is applied. So I hope you won't send any Twitter for 24 hours. Because the only way to prevent the President from leaking information was to make sure he didn't send Twitter at all." If he could, Major General Hillent really wanted to confiscate the President's phone. Of course, it was just a thought. How could he confiscate the President's phone? "I know what I'm doing." The President of the United States waved his hand. "Don't worry." It was 2:00 in the afternoon in the United States, which was also 2:00 in the morning in the Xia Empire. In the central control room of the Xia Empire's imperial capital, everyone had experienced a tense cyber war and had finally relaxed. Other than some people who were still scanning the network to remove traces left behind by the U.S. cyber attack, most people were resting. Gu Nianji sat next to Hu Xiaoheng and chatted with him from time to time as she analyzed the source code that had been restored by the 4 lines of AI program. It seems that these 4 lines of instructions were implanted into this monitoring software 6 months ago. Gu Nianji pointed to the Special Task Force's special monitoring software on the screen. Yes, it should have been implanted for the Prime Minister's election. Hu Xiaoheng looked higher and further. He would never forget that time when someone seemed to have cast an invisible net. They first transferred him out of the country, then lured Gu Nianji out, and finally commandeered the central control room to monitor the election. So coincidentally, the election at that time was supervised by the Secret Service and the Special Operations Forces Central Control Room together. This was the second update, and the monthly votes for 2,400 plus updates had been delivered. It was the third update today. Remind my friends for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7:00 in the evening, the third update. P.S. According to the US TV news, there really is such a base in the United States that continuously stores global internet data since the birth of the internet. Maybe our chat records and emails from a long time ago can be backed up there. Chapter 1038. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng's search program. Still looking for the original data. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. I can't hide anything from you. I didn't. Gu Nianji rubbed her nose in embarrassment. I was just guessing. The data for the past 6 months is mainly about the general election, right? He wouldn't tell Gu Nianji that investigating Hong Kongquan's whereabouts was one of the most important reasons. As for the surveillance of the general election voting, it was just like pulling out the radish and bringing out the mud, following the vine to the melon. Gu Nianji had also experienced intense mental work. She suddenly stopped and felt weak all over. She wanted nothing more than to find a place to lie down. But seeing that the people in the central control room were sitting up straight, she didn't want to slouch. He could only endure it with great difficulty. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her sleepy face from the corner of his eye and said gently, Go back to sleep. It's almost 3:00. I'm not sleepy. Gu Nianji shook her head but couldn't help yawning. Hua Xiaoheng smirked. Still not sleepy. I want to see how you use this program. Gu Nianji was very interested in intelligent programming. It seemed like Hua Xiaoheng was already very familiar with it. Learning from him would definitely be better than learning from He Zhichu. He Zhichu was limited by his status, so it probably wouldn't be easy for him to teach her. Hua Xiaoheng understood Gu Nianji's strong thirst for knowledge, so he didn't continue to urge her to go to sleep. Instead, he quickly searched through the data from the past 6 months. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the president, who had just finished an economic conference, picked up his phone. Recalling the network intrusion that his country had just suffered, he was immediately filled with righteous indignation. He also wanted to communicate with his citizens, telling them that with him around, they would be safe. 5 minutes later, a tweet appeared online. United States President, the spirit of the internet is free and sharing, peace and communication. However, some countries went too far and actually colluded with the infamous hacker, Pink Piggy, to invade our country's network. I will not say who this country is, I will wait and see. Please continue to follow my Twitter. At the same time, the director of the Huaxia Empire's Secret Service, Hong Kongquan, was woken up from his sleep by an urgent phone ringing. In a daze, he took the phone and looked at it. Suddenly, he woke up. This was a call from the invalid number. He had not contacted this number for several months. Hong Kongquan rushed to the bathroom with his phone and shut the door tightly. He pressed the phone to his ear and asked softly, Is that you? What can I do for you? The person on the other side paused for a moment. His voice was obviously through a voice changer. There was a metallic clanging sound, but it wasn't unpleasant. Although this person's voice had changed, his tone was still the same. His tone was simple and clear. It was obvious that he had a strong will and was someone who could persuade others. Hong Kongquan, I'm very unhappy with you, and I didn't want to contact you for a while. However, there's been a good opportunity recently. I'm not sure if you're willing to give it a try. The man spoke very slowly, but each word carried a heavy feeling. Of course I'm willing. Hong Kongquan hurriedly expressed his loyalty and indicated that he still had questions to ask this person. This man was like a selfless Lei Feng. He didn't seek fame or profit. Hong Kongquan had once doubted this man's intentions, but after all these years of interaction, he was able to completely trust this man. Although they had never met before, the two of them had already established a relationship of trust. All right, I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't grasp this opportunity, then you deserve to never be able to surpass your disciple in this lifetime. The man's sudden threat surprised Hong Kong. He quickly regained his composure. Tell me. As long as I can do it, even if there are no conditions, I'll create the conditions to do it. All right. The man was very satisfied and said, I've received news that there seems to be a problem with your central control room. However, your chief is hiding the truth from the public and has kept the whole thing under wraps. There was even a cyber war with the United States just now. I think there's something wrong with his motives. Hong Kong was speechless. He didn't know about his safety. There's really a cyber war. How come I didn't know about it? Hong Kong scratched his head in confusion. What do you need my help with? Of course it's true. The two of them lowered their voices. After discussing it, Hong Kong finally hung up. He looked at his watch. It was already 3:30 in the morning. If what this man said was true, then he could really do something to change the situation. Hong Kong washed up in the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into a black shirt and pants before coming out of the bathroom. He picked up his phone and called his trusted subordinates one by one. Return to the small conference room of the Secret Service immediately. There's an important meeting to be held. At 4:00 in the Huaxia Empire, the small conference room of the Secret Service was brightly lit. An intense meeting was taking place there. Director Hong, this is the authorization from Speaker Long and Prime Minister Tan that we obtained overnight. Because it's related to the military, General Ji's authorization is not important. Hong Kongquan's secretary placed the authorization in front of him. Hong Kong looked at the authorization and squinted. He stood up. Bring the authorization to the Special Operations Forces. He was wearing the uniform of the Secret Service and gave orders expressionlessly. Each team will bring their guns. Go and collect bullets before you depart. 5 people to a team and move as a group when the time comes. Special passes are required to enter the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Go and prepare them quickly. The more, the better. The Secret Service and the Special Operations Forces were considered to supervise each other within the Huaxia Empire. They restrained each other and balanced each other. Therefore, the moles in the Secret Service had to be caught by the Special Operations Forces. The personnel in the Special Operations Forces who violated the rules were handled by the Secret Service. As soon as they set off, Hu Xiaoheng received an urgent call. The call came from Hu Xiaoheng's informant in the Secret Service. He also had such people in the Special Operations Forces, but they were not good at hiding. Hu Xiaoheng never gave these informants from other departments important jobs. However, the people in the Special Operations Forces were professionals after all. They hid like fish in water in other departments and would not reveal their identities unless it was a critical moment. What's the matter? Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was almost 4:00 in the morning. I'll make this short. Target A has brought people to the Special Operations Forces and may be unfavorable to you. They are currently investigating the true identity of the pink piggy. The person hung up after he finished speaking. He couldn't get through if he tried again. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting next to him with her hands on her hips. His mind quickly considered the pros and cons currently. Only he, General Ji, Zhao Liangzi, and the 27 people in the room knew that Gu Nianji was the pink piggy. These people were all his confidants, so he believed that they would not leak the secret. However, it would be bad if she ran into those people from the Secret Service. Although Hu Xiaoheng had already increased Gu Nianji's security level and hired her as a consultant for the Special Operations Forces, it was completely fine for her to come to the Central Control Room to help them. However, if at this critical moment, when the pink piggy once again shone brilliantly, people saw that Gu Nianji was also in the Central Control Room, then the secret of the pink piggy would be difficult to keep. This was because everyone guessed that the pink piggy was a woman, and a very young woman at that. However, in the central control room today, Gu Nianji was the only woman. She had used a voice changer and a civilian IP when talking to the hackers outside. However, this method could only deceive ordinary people and would not work on the old foxes of the Secret Service. Therefore, to be on the safe side and to avoid endless trouble in the future, Wu Xiaoheng decided to conceal the identity of the pink piggy. Therefore, he absolutely could not let those people see that Gu Nianji was also in the central control room at this time. Wu Xiaoheng solemnly held Gu Nianji's arm and stood up. Quickly leave this place and return to my official residence. What is it? Gu Nianji looked at Wu Xiaoheng in surprise and was about to continue asking when she realized that her phone was vibrating. She took it out to see that it was He Zhichu's call. Calling her at 4 in the morning. What was going on? She swiped the phone to answer the call, and the first thing He Zhichu said was, "Nianji, the CIA is looking for the pink piggy." This was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 1039. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself that it wasn't strange that the CIA wanted to find the pink piggy. Based on what she had done, from Germany to the United States, there would probably be a group of people who hated the pink piggy to the core. However, she was curious as to how He Zhichu knew about the CIA's information. Gu Nianji looked at Wu Xiaoheng, who was staring at her intently, and whispered into the phone. How did you know? He Zhichu stood up from his computer desk irritably and walked towards the door as he said in a low voice, "You didn't think I'd been sleeping the whole time after all the commotion tonight, did you?" He had just reminded Gu Nianji about prologue during the day, and now Gu Nianji had called him in the middle of the night to tell him that she had found a bug. How could he sleep? After tossing and turning in bed for a while, he finally got up and went online to see if there were any follow-up developments. In other words, He Zhichu had actually been paying attention to tonight's cyber battle. Gu Nianji, it was late at night, and there were many night owls who hadn't slept yet. But even if you knew about this, how did you know about it? Gu Nianji didn't say the words CIA in front of everyone because she didn't want to cause trouble for He Zhichu. This incident has caused quite a stir. Ordinary people may not know about it, but those special departments that should know about it all know about it. He Zhichu coughed. As for how I found out about the CIA, you should know that I have a good relationship with the US military. Okay, where are you now? This is a very serious matter. Don't take it lightly. Gu Nianji pouted. I'm not afraid of them. Come and catch me if you can. He Zhichu took a deep breath. Nianji, don't throw a tantrum. I'm telling you, there's no one in the CIA who will let you go. Messing with the Americans is not an ordinary problem. What did I do wrong? They were the ones who started it. Gu Nianji was also furious. I was defending myself. Self-defense, understand. Nianji, the Americans won't care if you're defending yourself or not. If you endanger their national security interests, they will always try peaceful means before resorting to force. Gu Nianji sneered and shook her head. Americans. Peaceful measures before resorting to violence. Do they understand it too? Of course. He Zhichu paced around the room irritably. Isn't it the same in America? First, the CIA and CIB worked in the dark, and when they couldn't achieve their goals, they got the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to come out and put pressure on them. If the Ministry of Foreign Affairs still can't achieve their goal, it's time for the Ministry of National Defense to step in. This is their way of using peaceful means before resorting to force. She looked at Wu Xiaoheng again and said, I'll let Wu Xiao talk to you. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Wu Xiaoheng. Wu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji's phone. Before he could say anything, he heard He Zhichu's cold voice. Hu Xiaoheng, how many times have you put Nianji in danger? If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't needed Gu Nianji's help with something, how would the pink piggy have offended the CIA? Hu Xiaoheng couldn't argue with He Zhichu about who was more dangerous to Gu Nianji. He tried his best to remain calm and said calmly, I need your help right now. Hurry over and take Nianji away. As he spoke, he looked at his watch and estimated the speed of Hong Kong Chuan's men from the Secret Service. Can you get there in 15 minutes? Hu Xiaoheng gave He Zhichu an address near the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and asked him to pick up Gu Nianji there. He Zhichu froze. What's going on? We don't have that much time. If you say one more word, we only have 14 minutes. According to Hu Xiaoheng's calculations, Hong Kong and his men from the Secret Service would need 20 minutes to get there. Therefore, He Zhichu could only pick up Gu Nianji before those people arrived. He Zhichu understood and didn't ask any more questions. He immediately took the car keys. I'll get there in 14 minutes. Hu Xiaoheng knew that He Zhichu's car wasn't an ordinary car. This speed was possible, but unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to verify it. I'll have Nianji wait for you there. As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he walked to the door and called Fan Jian over. Take Miss Gu out and see her get into the car with your own eyes before reporting back. If Hu Xiaoheng paused. If you can't see her get into the car with your own eyes, then bring her back. Do you hear me? Roger, Chief. Fan Jian saluted and took Gu Nianji's arm to walk out. Gu Nianji kept turning around to look at Hu Xiaoheng, but only saw the tall figure in the hallway getting further and further away from her. Miss Gu, the elevator has arrived. We'll take the elevator up. Fan Jian's expression was also very serious. The central control room was on the 6th floor underground. To get out, they had to take the elevator up. When Gu Nianji followed Fan Jian up the elevator, Hu Xiaoheng had already closed the door to the central control room. He said sternly to the other 27 staff members in the room, this is an emergency. Miss Gu didn't come here tonight, and you don't know who the pink piggy is. Everyone nodded in silence. Although they didn't know what had happened, it didn't seem like a good thing. The fact that Gu Nianji was the pink piggy had indeed given everyone endless hope in that moment of despair. It allowed everyone to regain their confidence and not be defeated by the United States. That was how they managed to hold their last line of defense. But now that they had calmed down, they all knew that if the fact that Gu Nianji was the pink piggy was leaked, it would be a disaster for this girl. They had all watched Gu Nianji grow up. This orphan girl had been in the Special Operations Forces for 6 years. From a 12-year-old girl who had encountered a major car accident and was scared to the point of breaking down, she had grown into the amazing talent she was now. They had all seen it with their own eyes, and they felt even more concern and pity for her, as if they were family. After fighting side by side tonight, Gu Nianji was not only family to them, but also a comrade that they needed to protect with all their might. Don't worry, Hu Xiao. We know what's important. The 27 people all expressed their determination. No one had the idea of betraying their friends for glory. Everyone despised people who stabbed their comrades in the back. Hu Xiaoheng had founded the Special Operations Forces, so he naturally had his own team. He couldn't have achieved his current achievements by fighting alone. He also had many comrades by his side who were willing to sacrifice their lives for him, and he could also sacrifice his life for them. Hu Xiaoheng nodded, and his expression relaxed slightly. Okay, I believe you. Don't disappoint me, and don't disappoint Nianji, who has done so much for our country. Today's incident will be kept a secret for now. After this incident is over, I will personally report to General Ji and the Senate to give everyone the military merits and rewards they deserve, including Gu Nianji. The 27 people in the room nodded in unison. We will never disappoint our comrades. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his seat and waved his hand. Do what you need to do. Wrap up the work at hand immediately and write the report. According to He Jichu, many forces had already noticed what happened tonight, so they had to be on guard. Hua Xiaoheng quietly entered the central control room surveillance system and secretly cut off the entire building surveillance for an hour. All the images of Gu Nianji were packaged and stored in a secret file. They would only be decrypted after this incident was over. Fan Jian drove Gu Nianji out of the Special Operations Forces headquarters and directly to the address Hua Xiaoheng had given her. It was a night market in a bustling commercial district. Although it was early in the morning, the place was still crowded and lively. He Jichu drove his silver Maserati to the appointed place and immediately saw Gu Nianji standing on the side of the road, looking around. He drove slowly to a stop in front of her and lowered the window. "Nianji, get in the car." Gu Nianji didn't say anything else. She opened the door and got in the car, then sped away with He Jichu. Fan Jian sat in the car and watched Gu Nianji get in He Jichu's car and drive away before turning back to the base. He arrived only 3 minutes earlier than Hong Kong Quan and the others who arrived later. When the Secret Service vehicle that Hong Kong Quan had brought with him was waiting at the entrance of the Special Operations Forces to check their passes, Fan Jian's car had just driven into Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Hong Kong Quan sat in the car and looked at the dark night sky expressionlessly. This was the darkest moment before dawn. Soon, he would be able to make this place shine brightly. He had held on to the evidence for so long, and it was finally time to take it out. Hua Xiaoheng. I'll see how you argue this time. Hong Kong Quan flexed his fingers, and his knuckles almost cracked. He had spread the word that he wanted to investigate the pink piggy, but he was actually killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In front of the main entrance of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, the guard was checking their passes. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they were allowed to enter. However, the guard couldn't call the people inside because Hong Kong Quan had already instructed his own people to watch over the guard. Don't let him call the people inside. The guard looked at the authorization letter that Hong Kong Quan produced with the joint signatures of the Prime Minister and the Speaker. He quickly stood straight and didn't appear to move. However, when he suddenly stood at attention, he had already kicked the internal alarm next to the leg of the table. This internal alarm wasn't as loud as other alarms. It would only notify the core forces in the base, such as Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangzi, and Zhou Qiyuan. Hong Kong Quan and his trusted subordinates from the Secret Service rushed in aggressively. Who is it? Stop. Password. In the darkness, a few soldiers from the Special Operations Forces who were standing guard walked out with their guns and aimed at Hong Kong Quan and his people. Hong Kong Quan slowly raised his hand and showed the authorization letter signed by Speaker Long and Prime Minister Tan. He said in a low voice, "The Secret Service is under orders from the Senate and the Cabinet to conduct a random inspection of the Special Operations Forces. Do not obstruct official business." The soldiers froze for a moment and looked at each other. "Wait here. We will report this to the higher-ups." The guns they were carrying were the latest domestic semi-automatic submachine guns, which were much more powerful than the revolvers Hong Kong Quan and his people were carrying. The people from the Secret Service all had ugly expressions on their faces. "Captain, there are people from the Secret Service coming with authorization letters signed by the Speaker and the Prime Minister. Should we let them in? They don't know the password." "Got it. Let them in." At this time, Hua Xiaoheng's orders had already been passed down to all the units in the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Zhou Qiyuan was also gathering the military police and was preparing to rush over. This was the first night watch. It should be the second night watch today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 7 p.m., the second night watch. P.S. Thank you Beth1211 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1040. Hong Kong led his Secret Service subordinates and slowly broke through the layers of sentries at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. They finally arrived at the entrance of the central control room. The sentries of the Special Operations Forces were shocked by the authorization he used. After all, the actions of the Special Operations Forces within the country were extremely restricted, and they were not allowed to cross ranks. This was all to check and balance the unlimited power of the Special Operations Forces overseas. Otherwise, no one would be able to control such a department, and in the end, good things would turn into bad things. Hu Shaoheng had always demanded that his soldiers absolutely obey orders from their superiors within the country. As long as it was authorization from the Senate and the military, they had to obey unconditionally. He could disobey orders from the cabinet, so although Prime Minister Tan's signature was invalid in their eyes, the authorization had Speaker Long's signature on it. That alone was enough to make everyone in the Special Operations Forces unable to disobey. The central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters was on the 6th floor of the office building. Standing in front of the black door that could withstand 6 nuclear attacks, Hong Kong was extremely emotional. He had finally arrived at this place. Last time, when Hu Shaoheng was transferred to the United States to carry out the mission to rescue Tan Guiren, he had been instructed by someone to remotely control and implant 4 lines of special monitoring commands. That person had clearly assured him that this AI program was very advanced, 50 years more advanced than their current machine language, and that it would never be discovered. He hadn't expected to be discovered by Hu Shaoheng in less than half a year. When Hong Kong heard that person tell him this news half an hour ago, his entire body had gone cold, and he was momentarily speechless. If Hu Shaoheng discovered that he had implanted these 4 lines of AI program language, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hong Kong was not convinced, not at all. But since it had already happened, Hong Kong wouldn't just sit around and wait for death. Did Hu Shaoheng really not have any weaknesses that could be exploited? Ah, how naive. Hong Kong held the authorization in his hand and couldn't help but feel refreshed when he thought of Speaker Long's eyes when he saw the evidence in his hand. In front of him was the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. From today onwards, this place would belong to him, Hong Kong. The tightly shut door was wrapped in a thick layer of cowhide. Inside, there was excellent soundproofing material and radiation protection. Just this door alone was enough to make the Secret Service look inferior. Hong Kong's eyes flashed as he spoke into the intercom at the door. Major General Hu Shaoheng, I have been ordered to conduct a random inspection of your department. Please come out for inspection. Hu Shaoheng was very cautious. Although he didn't know why Hong Kong had come so aggressively, he knew very well that Hong Kong was a man who wouldn't give up until he saw his prey. He wouldn't do anything unless he saw his own coffin. He would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Since he dared to use such a large force, he naturally came prepared. Hu Shaoheng wasn't worried at all, but when he heard from the guards that Hong Kong had Speaker Long's signature as authorization, his heart sank. He felt that something was wrong. Speaker Long clearly knew that Hu Shaoheng suspected Hong Kong, so he specifically signed Hu Shaoheng's request for Hong Kong's full surveillance. But in the blink of an eye, Speaker Long had agreed to let Hong Kong investigate Hu Shaoheng. If there wasn't a problem with Speaker Long, then Hong Kong had evidence against Hu Shaoheng. This was because Hu Shaoheng had only just found some evidence to support his suspicions against Hong Kong. In terms of time, he was indeed one step behind. So Speaker Long was starting to suspect him again. To be on the safe side, Hu Shaoheng made a prompt decision to re-encrypt the entire building system. All the main control systems in the central control room also activated a special encryption program, and all the backup data was locked. It was better to be safe than sorry. Hu Shaoheng looked at the 27 staff members in the room and nodded to them. He then got up and walked to the door, placing his palm on the sensor on the wall. The door scanned his palm, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, it activated the automatic opening program. The heavy door slowly opened to both sides, but it didn't fully open. It only revealed a passageway that was just wide enough for one person to pass through. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and stood at the entrance of the passageway, blocking the door completely. Director Hong, what brings you to the Special Operations Forces so early in the morning? Hong Kongquan was a head shorter than Hu Xiaoheng, but his aura didn't lose out to him at all. He raised his head to look at Hu Xiaoheng and took out the authorization document signed by both Speaker Long and Prime Minister Tan. He waved it in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Major General Hu Xiaoheng, tonight, oh, no, I should say early this morning, the Secret Service would like to invite you and your team to talk about what happened on our nation's network. By the way, which one of you is the pink piggy? Step forward and let me see. Hong Kongquan didn't know who the pink piggy was either. He was only saying this to trick Hu Xiaoheng. If he let his guard down a little, he would be able to trick him. However, he was facing the experienced Major General Hu Xiaoheng, the commander of the Special Operations Forces, so this method was completely ineffective. Hu Xiaoheng pretended to be confused. Talk. What do you want to talk about? There are laws in the country, and the Special Operations Forces is only responsible to the Senate and the military. The Secret Service is under the Senate, so we have no obligation to report to you. What pink piggy? Director Hong, are you talking about that very powerful hacker? I also want to know her. If Director Hong knows who she is, can you introduce her to us? I want to recruit her very much. You don't know who the pink piggy is? Hong Kongquan's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng carefully and realized that he didn't seem to be lying at all. Could it be that he really doesn't know who the pink piggy is? Hong Kongquan muttered to himself. We would really like to know who the pink piggy is. If Director Hong knows, please let us know. Hu Xiaoheng acted as if he was thirsty for talent. Our country needs talented computer people like that. Hong Kongquan was speechless. You really don't know who the pink piggy is? Forget it, we'll talk about this later. However, you don't have the obligation to report to me. Hong Kongquan changed the topic and said calmly, but don't forget, the Secret Service has the responsibility to supervise the Special Operations Forces. You can supervise. Didn't you watch everything that happened on the internet in the wee hours of the morning? If you didn't watch, then you failed in your duties. Hu Xiaoheng didn't back down at all. Just like Gu Nianji, he didn't even want to be at a disadvantage verbally in front of Hong Kongquan. He didn't need to. Hong Kongquan chuckled. Why would we watch? We all personally went into action and racked our brains for the country's cybersecurity. We did our best to turn the tide. But you... Hong Kongquan's voice suddenly became stern. He pointed at Hu Xiaoheng's chest and shouted angrily, Major General Hua. Do you know why such a large-scale invasion occurred on the internet in the wee hours of the morning? It's because the Special Operations Forces didn't care about the consequences. Greedy and reckless. Initiating provocation. Even inviting the wolf into the house. This goes against the basic principles of our country and gives foreign hostile forces an opportunity to seriously jeopardize our country's cybersecurity. I've already reported this to Speaker Long and Prime Minister Tan. The Special Operations Forces must have someone take responsibility. As soon as Hong Kongquan finished speaking, the 27 staff members in the central control room were all furious. They surrounded Hu Xiaoheng and shouted in the direction of the door, it was obviously the Americans who ambushed us. They started it first. How dare you say that we initiated it? How shameless. Shut up. You have to be polite to Director Hong. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and shushed them. You can't blindly accuse Director Hong of something he doesn't have. Wasn't he saying that Hong Kong was shameless? When the 27 staff members heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Fine, their boss was even more ruthless and merciless than they were. They had to give it to him. Hong Kong didn't care about these verbal arguments. You say that the Americans ambushed us first and provoked us. But I have an internal document from the United States here that says that this cyber war was initiated by our side. The Americans passively fought back and suffered heavy losses. They're going to put this on your heads. Hong Kong looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a dark expression and asked sternly, "How do you explain this, Major General Hua?" Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He fell silent for a moment. The staff members inside did not have as much self-restraint as he did. When they heard the Americans accuse them of wrongdoing, they were furious. It was obviously the Americans who started it first. "Director Hong, are you the minister of our country or the American minister? Why don't I understand what you mean?" One of the staff members of the Special Operations Forces was very dissatisfied with Hong Kong's attitude. According to the Americans, the American news was their guide. This was the director of our own country's secret service. Hong Kong watched with satisfaction as the staff of the Special Operations Forces flew into a rage. Only then did he say, "Was it really the Americans who started it? I don't believe it. I want to see the evidence." The corner of Hu Xiaoheng's eye twitched slightly. Hong Kong said directly, "According to the orders of the Senate and the Cabinet, the Secret Service is taking over the central control room and the server. As for who started it, we will naturally give you justice after we have fully evaluated the data in the server." Hu Xiaoheng finally understood everything. Hong Kong already knew that they had found the problem with the surveillance software. Therefore, he acted first. The purpose of today's show was to get the surveillance software on the server. Hand the server over to Hong Kong. Wouldn't that be handing him the evidence of his falsification? Believe it or not, once Hong Kong took over the central control room, all the evidence against him would disappear into thin air in minutes. "I'm sorry, Director Hong. I am sorry that I cannot comply with this request." Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked at Hong Kong calmly. "This is one of the most important places in our country. Director Hong, your security level is not high enough. You can't even take one step through this door." This was the second update. A reminder for our monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 1041. Hu Xiaoheng calmly blocked the heavy door of the central control room and blocked Hong Kong's way. The corners of Hong Kong's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but secretly curse this cunning man. He could get the authorization overnight, but the security level wasn't something that could be obtained overnight. Hu Xiaoheng used this reason to stop him from entering. It was indeed a perfect reason, but Hong Kong didn't accept this reason. "Not allowed. Then there really is a problem." Hong Kong spread his hands, and his face darkened. "We won't hold back then." As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Secret Service pulled out their pistols and aimed them at Hu Xiaoheng's chest. The staff in the central control room became even more furious, and they all rushed forward to block Hu Xiaoheng with their bodies and act as his meat shield. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't let his subordinates take the bullet for him. He raised his right hand and made a "stop" gesture. The 27 staff behind him stopped in their tracks, and no one dared to disobey his order. Hu Xiaoheng stood in front of them and said calmly, "Don't move. They don't dare to shoot me, but I can't say that to you." The people from the Secret Service weren't ordinary people either. They were all people who dared to shoot and had killed people before. This group of old foxes might not dare to shoot Hu Xiaoheng, but it was possible for them to kill or injure the staff of the Special Operations Forces in a fit of anger. Hong Kong sneered. "Major General Hua, are you sure our people won't dare to shoot you?" He then straightened his face. Everyone has the right to punish traitors who collude with foreign countries. I don't care if you are a major general or a private. He also raised his hand and was about to swing it down. Before he could say, shoot, he heard a rough roar from behind his people. Stop. People from the Secret Service, throw away your guns immediately. I will count to 3. Whoever still has a gun in their hand, I will shoot their hand. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gunshot, and it was fired into the air to warn everyone present. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qiyuan finally arrived with the fully armed gendarmerie. They wore the dark black military uniforms of the Special Operations Forces, and their armbands were a dark gold dragon circling in the clouds. One by one, the muzzles of a black semi-automatic submachine gun were aimed at the Secret Service. Their expressions were fierce and murderous, and they were even fiercer than the Secret Service. The corners of Hong Kongquan's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Who the F***ck was the one who reported this? He had clearly taken control of the guards at the entrance of the encampment, and even the sentries along the way had been ordered to stay put. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and nodded to Zhou Qiyuan and the military police on the other side of the crowd. This is an important place for the country, and it is also an important place for our Special Operations Forces. If you do not pass the security clearance, please leave immediately. Otherwise, according to military law, we can kill you on the spot. Hong Kongquan's expression changed. Hua Xiaoheng, don't be so arrogant. I have Speaker Long's authorization. Does the Special Operations Forces have no respect for Speaker Long? If they dared to kill them, they would have to see if they could get past Speaker Long. Hua Xiaoheng stood with his back to the light. The lights in the central control room were too bright, and when they shone from behind, it was too bright to look directly at. His expression was hidden in the darkness, and even the Secret Service opposite him couldn't see his facial expression clearly. In fact, even if they could see it clearly, it didn't matter much, because his expression didn't change. It was still calm and unfathomable. Hua Xiaoheng was also weighing the pros and cons. Although there was military law that allowed him to kill on the spot, it didn't mean that he could use it on these people. First of all, the military law had countless preconditions, such as special period, or natural and man-made disasters, or even warring parties. They didn't have a military law that authorized armed personnel to kill immediately just because they had exceeded their authority. After all, they were in the country, and the Special Operations Forces were carefully evaluating and weighing the pros and cons. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for them to carry out missions like they did abroad. As long as they could complete the mission, they would have much more authority than they did in the country. For a moment, the two sides faced off in the wide corridor at the entrance of the central control room. Hua Xiaoheng refused to hand over the central control room, and Hong Kongquan refused to leave empty-handed. Zhou Qiyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he began to order the military police to surround the Secret Service in the middle. He raised his hand up and down, directing the military police to stand in position one by one. This posture was actually a sign language unique to the Special Operations Forces. He told Hua Xiaoheng that when he came over, he had already informed General Ji. As long as they held on for another half an hour, when General Ji went to find Speaker Long, their crisis would be resolved. Hua Xiaoheng quietly read Zhou Qiyuan's sign language and nodded slightly. His eyes quietly looked forward, and he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. General Ji was woken up from his sleep. When he received Zhou Qiyuan's call, it was just a little past 4 o'clock. After listening to Zhou Qiyuan's call in a daze, General Ji suddenly woke up and sat straight up in bed. With a fierce expression, he threw the blankets off and said angrily to Zhou Qiyuan on the other side of the phone, "You guys hold on. I'll go find old Long right away." As he put on his clothes, he called Speaker Long's home and said loudly, "I'm old G from the military. I have something important to do. I need to see Old Long right away. Tell him to get up immediately and wait for me in the reception room. I'll go over right now. At 4:30 in the morning, General G arrived at the reception room of Speaker Long's home. Speaker Long sat there waiting for him with a frown and a heavy expression on his face. Old Long. What do you mean by this? As soon as General G closed the door of the reception room, he opened fire at Speaker Long. I told Xiaoheng that I wanted to monitor that Hong guy, and you also signed and agreed to it. Now you signed and allowed Hong to search our central control room. Are you suffering from Alzheimer's disease? You are the one suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Speaker Long was furious. He clenched his fists and stood up from the sofa. I want to ask you, where is the evidence that you and Hu Xiaoheng want to monitor Hong Kong? You have no evidence, yet you signed a report to fully monitor him. I signed it because I trusted you and Hu Xiaoheng. If I had misjudged him, do you know how much damage it would have caused to the country? General G blinked, a little confused. Old Long, speak clearly. What do you mean by misjudged him? There was a hidden meaning in his words. Speaker Long suppressed his anger and pointed at the sofa across from him. Sit down and talk. Seeing that Speaker Long's face was purple with anger, General G had no choice but to sit down. He also suppressed his anger and said, Can you speak now? Speaker Long made a copy of the evidence that Hong Kong had shown him and threw it to General G. See for yourself. This is the evidence that Hong Kong gave me. He accused Hu Xiaoheng of being captured in the United States and rebelling. There is evidence and evidence. How could I not sign it? Old G, tell me honestly. When Hu Xiaoheng went to the United States to rescue Tan Guiren, what happened? Had she lost contact with him before? After losing contact, was he captured by the CIA? General G originally wanted to look at the document carefully, but when he heard Speaker Long say that it was about Hu Xiaoheng being in danger in the United States, he suddenly didn't want to look at it anymore. He shook the document with a cold smile and said mockingly, Old Long, you are on the Senate side. You have to be impartial, and I respect your professional attitude. But how can you accuse me of being captured in the United States and rebelling just based on this? I'd like to see if those B***cheese have the brains to talk nonsense in front of me. You are threatening me. Speaker Long was even more displeased. Hu Xiaoheng only said that he was suspicious of Hong Kong and wanted to fully monitor him in order to obtain evidence to prove that there was something wrong with him. But Hong Kong directly said that Hu Xiaoheng was captured and rebelled. Who do you think I should believe? Of course I should believe the side with the evidence. Yes, Old G. Hu Xiaoheng was a beloved general that you groomed, but Hong Kong was also your direct subordinate back then. It seems that you were really angry because you refused to take over the creation of the Special Operations Forces because of Hong Kongquan's retirement. He was right, you are biased against him, and you have indeed made things difficult for him. Speaker Long shook his head. General G clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I made things difficult for Hong Kong. Pfft. He only knows how to flatter himself. Speaker Long was so angry that he laughed. All right, Old G. Making things difficult for him is flattering him. You have such a sharp tongue. You can't do this. General G stood up from the sofa and paced around Speaker Long's reception room. You can't do this. Even if Hu Xiaoheng is also a problem, Hong Kong is not innocent. Aren't you afraid of putting him in charge of the central control room? General G didn't need to explain how important the central control room was to Speaker Long, did he? Speaker Long sighed. I am also in a difficult position, Old G. The current situation is that both sides are accusing the other of being a traitor and betraying national interests, but neither side has produced any concrete evidence to prove it. Hu Xiaoheng said that he found out from the Tan family that it was Hong Kongwan who set him up to go to the United States to rescue people. And Hong Kongwan said that the cyber war this morning was not a coincidence, but an agreement between Hu Xiaoheng and the United States. It was Hu Xiaoheng who used this opportunity to muddy the waters and leak who knows how many of our nation's secrets out of the country. Our nation absolutely cannot allow someone who was once in the enemy's camp to continue sitting in such an important position. Old G. Hong Kongwan produced the information from the United States and claimed that as long as we get the monitoring software of the central control room, we can prove what Hu Xiaoheng did. Speaker Long tried to reason with General G. Do you know how difficult it is for me and how painful it is for me? Hong Kongwan said that the intelligence obtained by the Secret Service shows that when Hu Xiaoheng was captured in the United States, he was only able to return unharmed after reaching an agreement with the Americans. Otherwise, with the capabilities of the Americans, how could Hu Xiaoheng fight alone on the home ground of the United States? Do you think this is a movie? This was the first watch. Today was the third watch. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon, your monthly votes were 2,700 plus the next watch. At 7:00 in the evening, the third watch. P.S. Thank you to Beth1211 for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1042. General G was fuming at Speaker Long's words. Make a movie. Let me tell you, those soldiers in the movies are not as good as us real soldiers. Our Xiaoheng is able to fight against the entire United States of America with his own strength. Hang me if you don't agree. What's wrong with you? So what if they are Americans? Are our soldiers better than them? How weak are your knees? You can't even stand up with Dongfeng Express. General G was so indignant that he almost pointed at Speaker Long's nose and called him a coward. Speaker Long had never been criticized like this before, and his face immediately darkened. Old G, that's too much. That's too much. I, Old Long, have served my country for decades. I can touch my conscience and say this, if I betray my country, let me die a horrible death. My whole family will die a horrible death. General G was so angry just now that he yelled at Speaker Long. Seeing that Speaker Long was angry, he quickly raised his hand and nodded. Okay, I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. But where did Hong Kongwan get the materials from? Did the Americans give it to him, or did he make it himself? That's the first thing I asked. Speaker Long's expression softened slightly. He understood General G's feelings, so he didn't continue talking about Hu Xiaoheng. Hong Kongwan said that it was information obtained by the Secret Service's field personnel in the United States. General G shook his head. I still don't believe what he said. Old Dragon, think carefully. What was the situation at that time? Using the power of an entire nation to deal with one person? Could the Americans find a needle in a haystack? Or could they check all 200 million people in the country? It was because our Xiaoheng was alone at the time that he was able to deal with the Americans. Not only did he successfully save Prime Minister Tan's daughter, but he was also able to escape unscathed. Speaker Long frowned. But he was indeed in danger at the time. He was ambushed, although the video from the American television station had not been broadcasted within the Huaxia Empire. The senior officials of the country had all seen it. General G slapped his thigh. That's right. Xiaoheng was framed by someone. Think about it, we all saw that we were ambushed. Why would we be ambushed? Wasn't he betrayed? Otherwise, how did the Americans get the news? And who was the one who tried so hard to get Xiaoheng to go to the United States to save her? If you think about it this way, don't all the clues connect? Speaker Long looked at General G suspiciously. Are you saying that all of this is a conspiracy? Correct. General G quickly gave Speaker Long a thumbs up. Old Long, I don't want to criticize you, but you know nothing about our power or our central control room. If there's really something wrong with Xiaoheng, let me tell you, he doesn't need to use such a stupid method like cyber warfare to send messages. If he really has a problem, do you believe that we would still be counting the money for him even if he sold the country? How could it be Hong Kongquan's turn to criticize him? How would it be Hong Kongquan's turn to take over the central control room? Speaker Long pondered for a while, then asked in confusion. Then Xiaoheng, was he captured? Tell me the truth. I also promise that even if he is captured, I won't tell anyone about it. I'll find a decent way to get him out of the army. No. General G said firmly, I'll be honest with you. At that time, Xiaoheng suspected that someone in the country wanted to harm him, so after he escaped the ambush, he only contacted me. Other than me, no one else knew where he was. He definitely wasn't captured. I swear on my honor and my military rank. After a pause, seeing that Speaker Long still didn't say anything, he gritted his teeth and threw out another witness. Actually, if you don't believe me, you can ask Prime Minister Tan's daughter, Tan Guiren. As far as I know, Xiaoheng was always in contact with Tan Guiren when he was in the United States. She can prove that Xiaoheng was never captured. General G was originally the most powerful witness, but because of his extreme bias towards Xiaoheng, Speaker Long had no choice but to be cautious. He was worried that General G would be swayed by emotions and be blinded by his past. Speaker Long breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. I'll naturally ask Tan Guiren. But today, I'll believe half of you for now. Only half. General G wanted to grab Speaker Long's collar and shake him so hard that all the water in his brain would come out. What more do you want to believe me? Let me tell you, whether you believe me or not, the central control room cannot be taken over by Hong Kongquan. Speaker Long was also uncertain. If Hong Kongquan couldn't be trusted, then who would take over the central control room? I suggest that Zhou Qiyuan, the leader of the disciplinary team of the Special Operations Forces, lead the military police to take over the central control room. What do you think? Let's each take a step back. General G saw that he couldn't completely convince Speaker Long, so he settled for the next best thing. This way, Hong Kongquan wouldn't be able to take over the central control room, and Hua Xiaoheng would be excluded as well. Speaker Long looked thoughtful. That's fine. But Hua Xiaoheng must be investigated by the Secret Service. You know that the Secret Service and the Special Operations Forces keep each other in check. This is a rule that was set when we established the Special Operations Forces. General G sneered and objected. Of course not. Xiaoheng is still investigating Hong Kongquan. You want to hand him over to Hong Kongquan for investigation. Do you think he's not dying fast enough? Or do you want to verify that the hero who single-handedly fought against the entire United States fell at the hands of his own people to prove that we are stronger than the Americans? Especially when it comes to persecuting our own people? Speaker Long felt extremely awkward. Old G, that's not what I meant. You have to know that Hong Kongquan is in charge of the Secret Service, and he would never betray our country's interests. Just like what you just said about Hua Xiaoheng, it's the same logic. If Hong Kongquan wanted to betray us, he would have sold out our country's secrets a long time ago when Bai Yuxing defected. But look, did he do it? If he did, why would he be asking me for authorization to take over the central control room now? He's been the head of the Secret Service for so many years, and he's always been excellent in his assessments. There really isn't anything out of line. Other than Hua Xiaoheng's accusations against him, Speaker Long had no reason to suspect Hong Kongquan. Again, what he wanted to see was evidence, solid evidence. It wasn't a case of the two of them arguing with each other. You say there's a problem now, and I say there's a problem a long time ago, General G nodded. I understand what you mean, but even if we want to investigate Xiaoheng, we don't necessarily need the Secret Service to step in. Yes, I know that the Secret Service and the Special Operations Forces have a relationship that keeps each other in check, but this is a special situation. Because the head of the Secret Service is also on our list of suspects, I have a legitimate reason to refuse to hand Xiaoheng over to the Secret Service. Speaker Long's face darkened and he didn't say anything. General G asked again, Old Long, since you're so impartial, let me also ask you something. If you hand Xiaoheng over to Hong Kong, can you guarantee that Xiaoheng will walk out of the Secret Service unscathed? Think about it again. If you really hand Xiaoheng over to the Secret Service, regardless of whether he's innocent or not, this action is enough to cut off his future in the military. I'm afraid he'll have no choice but to retire. Speaker Long froze for a moment. If he's innocent, I'll speak up for him. Old Long, you've been in the Senate your entire life, facing the vast majority of the people, unlike us, who face the military and our own troops. But in the military, the most important thing is that subordinates trust and obey their superiors from the bottom of their hearts. And for someone who's been suspected of treason, even if it's not the truth, it'll still be difficult for him to stay in the military. Because everyone won't know if they should trust him or not. And the biggest taboo for military strategists is to be overly suspicious. General G tried his best to persuade Speaker Long, hoping that he'd trust Hu Xiaoheng more than Hong Kong. Speaker Long didn't speak for a full 5 minutes, then finally nodded with difficulty. How about this? Zhou Qiyuan will lead the military police to take over the central control room. But Hu Xiaoheng will also be isolated and investigated. I trust you, Old G, so I'll hand Xiaoheng over to you and isolate him for investigation. What do you think? This was already the biggest concession Speaker Long could make. General G's anger finally dissipated slightly, and he patted Speaker Long's shoulder hard. That's more like it. Okay, don't worry, I'll interrogate Xiaoheng properly and make him explain everything that happened in the United States in full detail, leaving absolutely no doubt. That's good, Speaker Long murmured as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. His heart was very heavy. He didn't know if his decision was right or wrong. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng accused Hong Kong of being a traitor, and Hong Kong accused Hu Xiaoheng of being a traitor. The two were almost evenly matched. And no matter which one of them had a problem, it would be a huge loss to the country. Of course, if Hu Xiaoheng had a problem, the loss would be incomparable to the loss caused by Hong Kong, so from this perspective, Speaker Long's heart was still biased towards Hu Xiaoheng, and he hoped that he wasn't the one who had a problem. This was the second night watch, and the monthly votes for 2,700 plus the second night watch had arrived. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the third night watch at 7 p.m. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.